Now back to dirty work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa in the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Bijan beside Penix, who takes it. Shotgun. Pressure! Ball comes out! Ball comes out! It was Bryce Huff who got to him. 49ers say they got it, and they do! Off the edge, it was number 47, Bugatti Bryce, and the Niners take it away in Atlanta territory.
Turn and burn Bugatti.
Bryce Huff picking up a sack there of Michael Penix as the 49ers win 20-10 in yesterday's game. That was a 1st and 10, the Atlanta 46, a minute 32 remaining in the first half. And shortly thereafter, that was when Tim Ryan said to Guy Hairbin, next time you steal my ball out, we're going to have problems, bro. Great call there by the boys yesterday. 808 KNBR 415-808-5627 is the number to call and to text. Cheers, cheers, and beers. What'd you like about this game? Anything you didn't like? And do you have bigger hopes for the 49ers after this win yesterday? Is this the best win of the season? 808 KNBR, the number to call. There's a lot of thought, and people were talking about it after the game as if it were a foregone conclusion. I like Krug because he keeps it in perspective, but people were talking like you're going to see Brock and Pearsall back next week. And I'm like, I don't know about that. I was like, I think it was Tim. Are you with me on that? Where people were talking after the game like that was like, well, when they get them back next week, and I was like, when did we decide this was the time?
I heard that a couple of times.
It was
sort of like an implication that they were going to be back and everything. Until I'm stealing directly from JD right here, but until Ricky Pearsall hits the practice field
on Wednesdays,
I'm not counting on him for anything right
that's
now.
Kind of where I'm
Who's saying this is a foregone conclusion?
It was kind of the tone about them after the game. Krug was like, pump the brakes. We got to see them practice. I thought the same thing. I think Tracy might have alluded to it. I think I don't think Todd alluded to it, but after the game, there was a tone of like, okay, you've gotten through this. And I'm like, I don't feel the same way. So
no, I mean, if you watch the broadcast, Melissa Stark caught up with Brock Purdy, and she made it seem like there's no timetable whatsoever for him to return.
Well, how about how they're doing those injury graphics now? You see those? Where they're doing those like animation, of explaining.
You see the foot?
Yeah, I saw one last week that there was another one. Oh, it was a college football one that they did about somebody getting. It was the Indiana quarterback who had like pins put in his thumb. They were talking about the different types of fractures you get in your first metacarpal. Anyway, the 49ers get a win yesterday. Was this as simple as just George Kittle returning?
It might be, but I don't want to simplify it that much.
It feels like it can't be just that, but it is.
As far as the running game being effective?
That's where I'm at. We talked about it a bunch before the game. And we were like, I mean, Kittle's back. It's definitely going to help the run game. It's certainly going to help. But we all kept saying, but it's not like they're just going to go for 200.
And they did.
And then they ultimately did. But check out the numbers.
Yeah.
I mean, when Kittle was on the field, 28 carries for the run game, 151, 2 touchdowns, 1.4 yards average before contact. When Kittle's off the field, 6 carries, 12 yards, negative 2.1 yards before contact.
I mean, he makes the difference. And also, I think it was the offensive line just playing better. I do think that there were holes in this Atlanta Falcons defense when it came to being a run defense. I think that they're very sound as a pass defense with A.J. Terrell and their corners and their safeties. But as far as like a true run defense, Kyle Shanahan saw something that he could exploit. And I think that the real MVP of the game was Robert Saleh putting Tatum Bethune and Chase Lucas and everybody in positions to win. The fact that they shut down Bijan Robinson was very, very impressive. And it really is on the fact that this Atlanta Falcons offense, to me, is not that spectacular. I thought that they looked great against the Buffalo Bills, and the defense looked good, but that's also Ulbrich having success against Josh Allen when he was as a Jets defensive coordinator. For this game, Kyle Shanahan knew what he had to do, just run against the Atlanta Falcons. And also, as far as the defense, like, just make Michael Penix beat you. And Michael Penix is a talented quarterback, but he is also very young and inexperienced and inaccurate. And there were moments in this game where I'm like, dude, what are you seeing out there? The intentional grounding right before half was terrible, where there was 10 seconds left and a 10-second runoff. The delay of game on third down after they stopped the Niners when Kyle Juszczyk was stopped on that 3rd and 1.
Yeah.
To have to punt to make it a 3rd and long.
With that play, the run play call.
Exactly.
That was a tough play call.
And and then put him in a long 3rd and 13 and have to not get that and then punt the ball away. And then to not pick up the 4th and 1 where they threw that ball to the outside to Drake London. It was broken up by Chase Lucas.
That was a great play.
I thought
it was going to be a pick 6.
The key to this game was just stopping the best player on the field, which is Bijan Robinson, but then also just making Michael Penix beat you, and he's just not ready to play, in my opinion. Even though they made the change from him, from Kirk Cousins to him, I do not see he's a talented quarterback, but not a great quarterback right now. So give kudos to Robert Saleh. He had a fantastic game plan defensively. So did Kyle Shanahan. The reason they're 5-2 is because of their coaching staff and Christian McCaffrey being the nucleus of that offense. So I'm not trying to diminish anything of this with this victory last night, but I'm just not buying the Atlanta Falcons. I understand that some people are saying this was a great win because it looked like the 49ers again, but I was more impressed with the win on the road against the Rams. I was more impressed with the win on the road against the Seahawks. So last night was great, but they've had better wins this season.
I agree that they've had better wins. I also don't think this was as much about the Falcons. I think it was as much about the 49ers as it was about the Falcons. I think the Niners, if you're going to say it's on the coaching and the game plan, you have to give credit to what the Niners did. I'm saying as much as to what the Falcons did. If the Niners were ready for a team that was coming in off a win against the Bills and back-to-back victories, and they'd come in with rate-wise one of the best offenses in football, not scoring-wise, but yards-wise, and one of the best defenses in football, and you found a way to win and keep them out of the end zone to a tune of 10 points. I mean, again, they're not a team that's scoring a bunch, but you got off the field on third down against them for the most part. I mean, you made defensive plays without Fred Warner. I feel better about the Niners now than I did going into the game. And I know last week you said, like, you were I felt like you were pretty down and out on the season after last week.
Not down on the season.
I mean, you were like, yeah, I don't, I mean, we were talking about I said there were 11 games left, and I said, can you find 6 wins? You didn't seem confident at all that they could find 6 wins. Now, JD had a good line on the pregame yesterday.
Yeah.
He said, if you look at the schedule, there's not very many they should win that games left. And I'm with that.
Yes.
Where I'm like, there's not very many, they should win that. Like, the Bears game looks more difficult now. The Colts game is certainly more difficult now. You've still got 3 division games. Like, there's not a lot of, you should win that game. Let's see what happens with Houston tonight. We've actually, Kyle Shanahan is talking to the media now. We'll go out live.
All right, go ahead.
It's 49ers head coach Kyle Shanahan.
Is it a reach to say that Brock is on track to start this week?
Yeah, I would say that is. I don't know. No one said that.
Okay.
Kyle, what kind of the next 2 games are not on natural grass. Does that factor at all into when you bring Brock back?
No, not that I've been told.
Anything jump out at you from watching the film that maybe you didn't notice last night, or that you got a chance to take a second look at?
I mean, I just think it kind of confirmed the feeling that I think that we all had out there. I mean, guys played really hard. It was a really physical game. Loved how physical we played on teams. Loved how physical we played on offense, and I loved how the guys were running and hitting on defense. It was the type of game we wanted.
Kyle, what happened on the with the green dot with Curtis Robinson?
Oh, it just happened so fast, just in the middle of that series. So he just went out quick, and they didn't change the helmets. So, I mean, the defense isn't that wordy of a deal, so we were able to get it done there. And then when they were going to change the helmets, that Tatum was good and was able to come back.
Kyle, how big of a deal is it to just have Tatum, unlike the week previous, to have all the reps in practice, as far as just being sound with the assignments? And how do you feel that he carried out those assignments and what Robert asked him to do?
Oh, I think it's a huge deal. I mean, you definitely get reps in the week as a backup, but not like the starter. And when it comes to someone like the Mike position or a center or a quarterback, I mean, there's just so much that goes into play there that no matter how much you study, you'd like to get live reps and thinking in the heat of battle. And him getting all those this week, I think, helped him a ton. He was good in practice and carried over to the game.
And speaking of center, how did Hennessy do as far as knowing his assignments and keeping everybody on the same page?
I think similar to how Tatum was. I mean, he wasn't perfect, but he works really hard at it. We definitely mix him in with reps, and for him to get thrown in that situation, especially versus defense that stunts a lot and changes their fronts and definitely pressures at a high rate, I thought he did very well, and I think he'll only do better with more reps this week.
Kyle, how did you feel your safety combination did with Jair Brown being in there for all the snaps and Malik kind of getting in there a little bit more this week?
I thought they did. I thought they played real well. It was nice to double Malik's double his reps. I think he ended up getting 40, maybe 41, which is twice as much as the week before. So I like how that's played out, and hopefully he'll be done with that, and he'll get all of them going forward. But Tiggs played real good in these 2 games in that role, and I really liked what Siegel did when he was in there, and I loved Jason getting those reps at big nickel, unlike he did versus Tampa. I thought he did well too. I think he ended up getting about, I'm not sure, around 15 to 20 plays.
You guys now have injuries. You have injuries to 3 defensive ends. Does that increase the urgency to make a trade? And is that something that you would try to do ahead of this week's game at Houston?
I don't think it changes the urgency of it. I mean, it's definitely sucks losing Huff, but it is a hamstring, and hopefully it won't be longer than 2 weeks. So you know that he's coming back, and sooner than later. But those guys have been looking into that stuff all the time for the last few weeks, and I'm sure they'll continue over the next couple of weeks.
How did Bryce get hurt on a specific player, or was it kind of an accumulation thing? Do you have any idea on that? And how did you think?
Yeah, I was told it was right at the end. I was told he felt it on the last 2 plays.
Kyle, how close did Jordan Watkins get to playing yesterday?
I mean, he's one of the guys that's up, so, I mean, if there would have been an injury, he would have been up. But I guess that's always pretty close.
Malik
Turner made a couple of good Go ahead, Matt. Same question.
All right, well, I'll go. Malik Turner had a good game on special teams, and I think that was the 3rd time he's been elevated. What do you plan to do with him there? It seems like special teams is a nice spot for him.
Yeah, it was awesome. I thought he played real well. He ended up getting our special teams player of the week, I was just told. So I was pumped with what Malik did for us. Had an awesome week of practice too. He is out of flexes, so we'll see how that goes moving forward. But it's kind of tied to the rest of the roster with that decision.
Coach, after being able to watch the tape, what did you think of Matt Hennessy and Connor Colby? If you got to look back, of course, at the Christian McCaffrey touchdown, and just how much they assisted in the run game after the game. George Kittle, Christian McCaffrey both gave them a lot of credit.
Yeah, both of them did a good job. I mean, you can't run the ball like that unless everyone's doing a good job. They definitely had their plays they missed. By no means was it perfect, but I liked how they battled throughout the game. Thought Connor improved from the week prior, and I thought it was a good start for Matt.
Kyle, was talk among some of the linemen and stuff afterwards about the sort of the difference in blocking in terms of more gap scheme stuff and getting away a little bit from the outside zone. Is that accurate? And 2, how difficult is that for a team that's pretty much mostly a outside zone team to all of a sudden turn on a dime and be a gap team in 1 week?
I think that would be hard to do it that drastically. That's why I think that's a little bit exaggerated. I mean, we do gap schemes every week, some weeks more than others. We did a lot of gap schemes in that game, but we also did a lot of outside zone schemes in that game. I think that's just the difference when you get 39 runs too. You get a little bit more of everything. But we definitely liked those going into it. We thought it tied well together, and we felt we kind of balanced them out with those stuff, which ended up working for us well.
Kyle, how did you think Luter played last night?
I thought Luter played real well. It was cool. We were talking about how good of a week he had in practice with the defense and with the scout team. He was showing up on both. And when he got his opportunity, when Renardo went down, I thought he was very active. You could feel him in the run game. Just his presence physically, I thought was huge, and I thought he had a big impact in that game.
What did he do to earn Scout Team Player of the Week?
Played better than everybody else. There's lots of stuff that goes into it, but I mean, when you're doing Scout Team Player of the Week, you need to get the look that we're asking. Sometimes change up techniques a little bit. But we also want to see you play at a competitive level to where you're getting better in your own craft. So it goes with both of those. You gotta perform and do a high level that shows that you're playing good and improving, and you also got to make sure that you get across the look that we want, so you're preparing the guy across from you.
Kyle, do you think you guys got back to your personality, so to speak, in terms of the way you ran the ball and the way you played physically? Or is it a game-by-game thing? You do whatever you do it takes to win that week? Or do you want to play a certain way as much as possible?
I mean, I always love just being able to physically run the ball and control the game like that. I think most people prefer to do it that way, but I mean, each team has a different identity, and you got to do whatever you think gives you the best chance to win. And we did think that would give us the best chance to win specifically in this game, but we haven't been able to do that yet this year. So that maybe it probably has been our identity more in the past, especially going back a few years ago, maybe 4 years ago. I mean, it was huge with us. Doesn't mean that we can't do it, and doesn't mean we're going to do it all the time. But it was really cool yesterday because we believe that was the smarter way to do it. We felt that was the way that would give us the best chance to win, and I was glad that the whole team allowed us to pull that off.
Kyle, on the subject of the trade deadline, would you find it imperative that if you were to acquire a player, you wouldn't just want him for the rest of this season, you'd want him for this season and potentially next year as well?
Yeah, I mean, I don't like to say imperative at all, just because I don't like to put an absolute on anything. But yeah, I think that's something that we definitely would prefer. I mean, just of course we want someone to help us out this year, but I'd love it not to be at the expense of our team next year also. I know we all feel that way, and hopefully we can find a situation that does both. And if not, you don't do something like that just to do it. And I'm really excited about the guys we have in our building right now also.
You guys good? All right. See you Wednesday.
Yep. Thanks.
That's 49ers head coach Kyle Shanahan. Sorry we had to jump to that quickly. He went to the conference call or the teleconference quick.
It's always a sneak attack with those
It's a sneak attack.
calls.
I didn't even know what was happening. I saw Tim on the phone, and I was like, dude, he's probably just doing something for himself, like half-assing whatever's going on. But
Normally I'm ordering a pizza, but we had about 45 seconds on that one.
A lot of moving parts back there. So real quick, just to circle back on what Kyle Shanahan said, unfortunately, this is the...
Yeah, every week.
I hate rearing your head on the injuries rearing their head on Monday, but we find out injuries that we didn't know about in the game. Jake Brendel, we knew, left yesterday's game. Jake Brendel now out for a couple of weeks with a hamstring injury. Renardo Green does, in fact, not have turf toe, which is a positive development here. We thought with a toe injury yesterday, that might be something that he'd be out considerably. Brock Purdy is not likely to return this week at Houston. They said the question was phrased interesting. Would it be a reach to say Brock is on track to start this week? And Kyle said, yeah, it'd be a reach. No one said that. That's effectively what he said. He said he'll, quote, continue like he did last week, but the turf in Houston's not a factor. And here's the big one now. Bryce Huff, who had a sack yesterday. We were just talking about Bugatti Bryce. Hamstring happened on the last couple of plays in the game. Going to be out for a couple of weeks, it sounds like.
Not good at all.
We'll take a quick break. Yeah, Adam Copeland, Depop, Tim Webb with you. Dirty Work on a Monday, 808 KNBR, 415-808-5627. More bad injury news. Nothing severe, but Bryce Huff now going to be out for a couple of weeks. We'll talk more about this next at 808 KNBR. Your thoughts, your calls. Does the best win maybe of the season now take a bit of a blow? We'll get into that only here on The Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Yeah, the Dodgers are back in the World Series. Yeah, Shohei Ohtani is an alien, but forget all that. It's Game 7.
Game 7!
on Mike Holler's KNBR 1050 as the Blue Jays and Mariners square off. Pregame 4:30 on KNBR 1050, the sports leader.
Dirty work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa in the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
The Niners are at the 21.5-yard line. Empty backfield, Mac Jones takes the shotgun snap. He steps up, he throws. McCaffrey down inside the 5. It's another 49ers first down. Clutch again. and Christian McCaffrey is putting on an absolute display on Sunday Night Football.
Yeah, and right down the seams, and the magnet of George Kittle opened that for Christian McCaffrey.
Fantastic for McCaffrey yesterday, an all-time performance. I told you it was one of his most used games as a 49er.
Yeah.
In his 2023 Offensive Player of the Year season, he never carried the ball as many times as he did last night. Not once. I think he only carried it 20 times or more, like 2 or 3 times that season. The most he's ever carried the ball for the Niners in a game was 26 times. It was right when he first got here. It was the most he'd carried it in like a year and a half to that point. I remember this. The Thursday night game, 21-13 at Seattle. Brock was banged up. He had the rib injury, and he had the oblique.
Right.
Which kind of is what gave me confidence that they'd be able to get Mac Jones ready for the game in Tampa after not having thrown, that they kind of had a track record or a plan for that. He carried it 26 times that game for 108 and a touchdown. So yesterday, the second most he's ever carried it as a 49er. Prior to that, he'd never carried it more than 22 times in any start. 24 carries last night for 129. 7th most yards, actually probably better than that even for Christian McCaffrey. It's like the 5th most yards, 7th most yards in a game in his career.
No, he was incredible last night. I mean, and that play to me was the play of the game, that 3rd and 14 or 3rd and 13.
Where they tried to come off the field and Kyle said, no, go back out there.
No, we need you because as long as Christian McCaffrey is open over the middle, then he's unstoppable. And that's why their offense was able to move with ease last night. Like, as long as Christian McCaffrey's out there, they have a chance to win. I know, I'm not trying to be negative today because last night was absolutely impressive with what they did. I'm just not shocked because I'm not taking the Falcons as this juggernaut in the NFC. But
you were very much we'll see last week, and I get it. We were we'll see because nobody can predict anything. But in terms of how they would look without Fred Warner, you seemed very skeptical about them being able to compete with almost anybody.
Not anybody. I think like the cream of the crop when it comes to the NFC.
But you felt that all year even with Fred.
Yeah, but there's certain matchups where I think it goes into the 49ers' favor. Like last night, I thought it would be beneficial because of the way that Kyle Shanahan knows Jeff Ulbrich and Raheem Morris, the way that Robert Saleh knows Jeff Ulbrich, just the way that this Atlanta Falcons run defense is not great. But forget all that. It was an impressive win. I'm just not shocked by it. I think that Christian McCaffrey is one of the best running backs in all of football. And you saw it last night with having over 200 yards from scrimmage and the way that they were able to go down the field with ease. But it was the way that the Falcons weren't able to capitalize on their situations as well. They had that 19-play drive where it just finishes with a field goal. Michael Penix has mistakes. But don't take anything away from the 49ers. And Bryce Huff was incredible last night with the sack and forced fumble, and now he's not going to be here for the next 2 weeks.
Yeah, if you're just joining us, that's the update Kyle Shanahan just gave on the teleconference. Bryce Huff, hamstring injury in the last couple of plays of last night's game, and he's now going to be out for a couple of weeks, is the report. Also, Matt Hennessy is going to fill in. Sounds like for Jake Brendo, who's got a hamstring a couple of weeks. Renardo Green with a toe. It's not turf toe, and there's no expectation that Brock is back this week. 916 on the Golden State Lumber and Showroom text line at 808 KNBR checks in and says, that sound wasn't great. I couldn't hear all of it. Did Shanahan say anything about Tony Vitello?
No, we'll get there.
No, we'll get into that a little bit later. Don't get me all fired up right now. I don't want to get into that. 925 says, fire the whole training staff. Bad hammies up and down the roster.
Yeah, okay. Look, as we said last week.
How many hammies have we seen this year? This one here, we've seen a couple of calves, but then the George Kittle one, apparently the George one was a tear.
Yeah.
But it just wasn't a full tear off
and
the bone.
Juwan in training camp. We're not going to fire anybody. Like, come on. Like, relax right
I don't
now.
believe anything a receiver says about soft tissue.
Yeah.
I don't buy it. I'm not buying the calf.
But also, like, this is just life in the NFL. Like we said it last week with Fred Warner. You can't blame anybody in particular for this injury.
209 says, pump the brakes. The Niners look better because they played a bad team. Let's see them play and beat a good team before we say they're going to be a good playoff team. I would ask 209, maybe you're saying let's see them do it now without Fred. I would say they did beat the Rams, and they did beat the Seahawks, both of those on the road.
Yes.
I'm not going to just say, oh, those were anomalies. They're 5-2.
Look, Tatum Bethune had a great game last night. Yeah. The defensive game plan was phenomenal. And I'm not taking anything away from this win. I just think that when it's a certain matchup, it's a week-to-week league. Like, just because the 49ers ran well last night doesn't mean they're going to next week against the Houston Texans or the week after that against the Giants. It's just last night it went in their favor. So I hear everybody today, you're very, excited about this win. They're 5-2.
They might have the best coaching staff in the NFC.
Yeah,
that might be like their best asset, is they might have the best coaching staff in the NFC.
I think so.
And game plan. I mean, that's one thing you'd say about Belichick. Like, we talk about how none of the coaches on his staff ever went off and found success elsewhere. But I don't think anybody could ever dispute he's like the best game planner ever.
Yes.
Right? Like he knew everything. Not that every coach doesn't, but he knew how to beat you. And if we were going to get beat, it was by this one player or this one type of play. Like he knew how to overcome adversity within a game. And he knew how to cover and have contingencies for everything outside of a game, whether he got an edge in any way or not. Point is, the guy was the best game planner ever for generations.
Right.
I mean, going back to the K-gun offense of the Buffalo Bills. Real quick, somebody on the text line here, 209. Actually, where'd they go? Somebody says, 707, who would you have in the NFC above the Niners? I would say the Big Four, Rams, Lions, Bucks, Eagles.
Yeah.
And I reserve the right to put Seattle there after tonight, too.
I would do that. I would also consider maybe the Packers, but they didn't look fantastic yesterday.
No, dude, get on this boat with me, dude. Get on this with me now. I've been on it for 2 weeks. I've been telling Tim.
What, they're frauds?
Packers are frauds.
I don't know about that. I want to see how they play against the likes of the Eagles, these other NFC teams.
Me too.
Green fraud Packers.
Let's see. Let's see how they play against the likes of the rest of the NFC.
I mean, they play down to their opponents, but just...
Always a good trade.
Yeah.
Always a good trade of a team you should buy stock in.
Yeah, but they're going to get wide receivers back and Christian Watson and Jaden Reed. But
I'm just saying, I'm not buying them.
I know. They're frustrating to watch because you think they should be better. But the 49ers are so resilient in the way that they win games. They're always close. And they just find ways to win despite all of their injuries. So I'm not taking anything away from last night. I think it was an incredible win. I think that given from what you saw on Monday night with the Atlanta Falcons being the crap out of one of the best teams in the AFC, the Buffalo Bills, that's impressive. And, yeah, Robert Saleh, the fact that he came back and is coaching this defense, like, where would they be right now without him? If it was Nick Sorensen or anybody else that's not as proven as him?
Dude, that's what we were talking about yesterday. It's like, it's not just what he's done game planning. Think about the hand he's been dealt and, like, how he's handled it. Like,
yeah.
You can't do... You have that with a first-year DC or a second-year guy like Sorensen was. You're like, he's not just trying to figure out how to make it work on defense. Now you got to, like, plug and play and say, today we're going with this game plan. We're going to move guys here. They talked about moving Demo around yesterday to have him, like, inside the slot and have him cover Drake London all day or follow him around and move guys like Luter outside. Like, a lot changed yesterday in the schematics, but also how you game plan without some of your best players. How do you manufacture pressure? They did it with Chase Lucas. He's clearly proven like he's one of their better corner blitzers. He's shown that in the preseason.
No, absolutely. So last night was incredibly impressive. It was just the fact that I think the Atlanta Falcons offense is simplistic. If you can take away Bijan Robinson, then what do you have? You have Drake London, who they covered up very well, and the pass rush got to Michael Penix, and he's a very talented quarterback, but I don't think he really knows how to play the position at the NFL level right now.
Is it Penix or Penix?
Penix.
We're putting way too much thought into the Bijan and Bijan.
It's Penix.
Is it?
It's 100% Penix. Not Penix. No.
It's not Penix, so I don't know why it's not Penix. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I hear you, but that's just the way he pronounces his name.
Yeah, I know. I guess I would too if that were my pronunciation.
Bottom line for me is last night was very impressive the way they were able to run the football. Let's see if they can do it consistently for the next 3 weeks here.
808 KNBR 415-808-5627. I like the way this is set up here. It says Ray and Jay are my callers. It says Ray Jay.
Easy.
Yeah, no video sent in, boys.
Oh.
She got something to share. Let's go to Ray in Washington, the power of the flamethrower. Ray in Washington, you're on the sports leader.
Hey, good afternoon. Thanks for having me on.
What's up, Ray?
Yeah, I was just listening to what you guys were saying and how I was feeling going into this game. The last game we played, the defense especially, and the offense, we made a lot of mistakes. They played flat, in my opinion. They played a really good team, and then they didn't play up to it. And I kept hearing about how the Falcons are they beat Buffalo, and then their running game is going to run all over the Niners. I heard it on a few radio station. But I wasn't as impressed with the Falcons. I mean, yeah, they beat Buffalo.
Yeah.
But I thought if the Niners play the way they can play, we could beat them. And then the first couple of runs, my God, what a difference. It wasn't just 3-4 yards. Mac was busted through the line.
Yep.
And it was a huge difference. And I noticed right away. And then I thought, George Kittle, it's got to be. And then the TV, oh, look at the block by George Kittle. I mean, it was just a huge difference. I think he brought all that professionalism and pride that he plays with right out onto the field, and some of the other players played up to it.
Hey, Ray,
and they were on.
Ray, tell me this: Are you because we all were feeling crushed by the Fred Warner loss, and like I think even like the beat writers and everybody we talked to, they all agreed like, yeah, losing Nick Bosa is just as bad and just as big, but the emotions around Fred Warner hurt and felt different for the Fortunes this year. How much better are you feeling about the team after the win yesterday? I mean, that was a it was a fun win, and it was like a good, hard-nosed, like it was a physical win, it felt like.
I feel that they proved something to themselves, especially on the defense, and then the offense was clicking. And we lost with Fred Warner against Tampa Bay. And don't get me wrong, I'll take Fred Warner all day, all long, any time.
Yeah.
But the defense proved, hey, they stepped up, and I think they can continue to do that.
Ray, I appreciate you calling in, man. Thanks so much, dude. Tim, Tim's on it there. Dude, they barely had Fred Warner in the Tampa game.
He had like 5 snaps in that game.
I liked hearing Ray, though, call in, and he was very mellow and chill, and then you heard him kind of ramping up and getting excited. Dude, he was like, yeah, George Kittle. There you go. 808 KNBR, 415-808-5627. The bad news of the day is that Bryce Huff is going to be out for a couple of weeks, it sounds like. Interestingly enough, it doesn't sound like when we hear now that Brock's not playing that people feel like it's bad news. No, because Mac Jones is 4-1.
Exactly. We're so used to seeing Mac Jones pick up the slack and be effective. And last night, he didn't need to throw for 425 yards. Last night was the perfect situation for him to hand it off to Christian McCaffrey or Brian Robinson 40 times.
And this is how Kyle Shanahan can beat you in many different ways.
Yes.
They may have gotten the run game going yesterday. They'll need a few more to prove that that's consistent.
No, I think I'm a little skeptical about their chances of making the postseason, but I will say, as long as they have Christian McCaffrey, as long as they have Kyle Shanahan, as long as they have Robert Saleh, they have a chance.
We're at the Giants' point now of getting Devers, where it's like, if they miss the playoffs now at 5-2, that's a disappointment.
I get that.
I would love to see.
You have to take into account all the injuries they've had as well.
I'm taking into account, and I'm saying that take into account that in all these injuries, they've won. They've continued to win despite all the injuries, which is, I'm not saying I think they're a Super Bowl contender. I'm saying if they miss the playoffs after 5-2, that's a major disappointment.
I get that.
I think any team would feel that way, no matter what the context was that you finding 5-2.
I hear you, but
it's not accidental.
But just because it looked great last night doesn't mean it's going to look that way next week or the week after that, and when they play the Rams again or the Seahawks. I just think that the matchup was so in their favor last night, and I know the Falcons were coming off a really good win, but the Niners are a better football team than the Atlanta Falcons. No doubt in my mind.
Okay, but I'm saying if that's the case, then they've been a better football team even with they've lost players every single game. Every game, like a massive player. So to the point that you're saying about context, I'm saying if you still think they're better, then you have to think they're a playoff team. We're close to it.
It's going to be hard. Like these next 2 weeks, you're not going to have Bryce Huff, and he's the guy that's leading the charge when it comes to pass rush. Now you're going to rely on Mykel Williams or whoever else is available.
I totally agree. They're 5-2. At this point, it would be a disappointment, I think. 808 KNBR, 415-808-5627. I still promise I will tell you about how to win some pizza. We'll do that first next, and we'll get to your calls. Jay, Jaime, Niner Ted, Aaron, 808 KNBR. Niners are 5-2 on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at ODFIGroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
The Sports Leader knows you love the 49ers, which is why it's Diners Nightly immediately following Dirty Work.
Yes, Mr. Krieger.
Lawrence will take you right up to NFL action as the Texans square off against the Seahawks right here at 7 p.m. on the Sports Leader. Hey, Houston, you want to do us all a favor and get a win? Cool.
$1.59.
Oh, what? Hello?
It's time for Cheers.
Hell yeah.
Cheers.
Oh, no.
And Beers.
Hooray, beer.
30 work on a Monday afternoon. Adam Copeland, Depop, Tim Webb. The 49ers win 20-10 over the Atlanta Falcons. They're 5-2. Kyle Shanahan spoke to the media just a little bit ago and said that Bryce Huff, the end who got a sack yesterday, was all over the pressure. And by the way, even when they didn't get sacks, they did a really good job of generating pressure.
No, definitely.
Against Michael Penix. By the way, Bryce Huff, already 4 sacks in the first 7 games of the season. That's the second most in a season in his career. And it's not just like he was benefiting from Nick Bosa playing, because Bosa's been out since the Cardinals game.
No, I mean, he's a good pass rusher. He thrived with Robert Saleh in New York.
It was the scheme he was in Philadelphia, and he was not happy there.
They had him playing as an outside linebacker in a 3-4 defense with Vic Fangio, so he's in the right scheme right now.
He's in the right place.
Not having him, though, that's going to hurt.
Next couple of weeks. Brock is not likely to play. It doesn't sound like, at least the way the question was phrased. I like that. Is it a reach to say that Brock is on track to start this week? And Kyle said, no one said that.
Yeah, we got to play this Melissa Stark audio later on, because she makes it seem like she got the best intel out of anybody when it comes to this injury. And it sounds like Brock, kind of like Joe Burrow, we just don't know when he's going to return.
Cheers, years and beers. 808 KNBR 415-808-5627. Let's go out to Jaime in San Pablo. What up, Jaime? You're on the Sports Leader. What's up, Jaime? We got you?
Hey, can you hear me?
Yeah, we got you. What's up, bro?
So several things. First of all, you think right now, are they considering or thinking about talking about making some trades? I'm going to throw a couple scenarios. Say next week we beat Houston, and then we have the Giants. We beat Giants. We're 7-2.
Yeah.
At that point, and that's like a couple of days right before the deadline. Do you think at that point they're like, okay, you know what? We have something, and let's make a couple of trades. Now, my thing is, do you need the help on the defensive end? What do you think about a wide receiver? I mean, Robinson isn't, I don't know what he is, a third or fourth. but I mean, he's just no help at all. I mean, with Pearsall getting hurt a lot, I mean, what do you guys think? You guys think it's possible that they're thinking about something like that? Or is it that they're just going based on how we do game after game?
Okay, a couple things. I do not think they're going to trade for a wide receiver because they'll get Ricky Pearsall back from injury, and Demarcus Robinson has been disappointing so far, but he's coming off suspension, so he may need a little bit of time to acclimate to the offense.
I think they also think still that they're going to get snaps from Brendan Ayuk. I think they still think, even if it's late in the year, I still think they're going to get, they believe they're going to get snaps, I think, from Ayuk.
So that's like getting like a trade in itself of having him come back into the season. As far as making a trade, yeah, if they're 7-2 at the deadline, yeah, they could be aggressive. Like, that was an interesting response from Kyle Shanahan when it came to, are you willing to trade for somebody that's going to help you for the long-term future? And he was like, yeah, like, I don't want to trade somebody that's going to have an expiring contract and then we lose them at the end of the year. I want it to be somebody that's not going to hurt us in the draft process next year as well. So as long as he's going to be here for this season and next season, then they're open to that. So that was interesting. I think that if they're 7-2 at the trade deadline, then John Lynch and Kyle Shanahan will be like, all right, well, given all of our injuries, we're in it right now. So let's be aggressive.
I think if they're 7-2, 100%. I think if they're 6-3, 100%, they're in the market. I think if they're 5-4, they're probably still in the market, at least for a pass rusher or somebody to help on the line.
One more thing. Yesterday, did that game kind of remind you like of a Jimmy G kind of win when he was with the Niners, like in 2021? Like, defensive, just doing their thing, and like not being able to really get anything in the passing game and just running the ball as much as you can. It kind of reminded me of like kind of a Jimmy G game. I'm not sure I don't know what you guys think, but it just gave me that little flashback of Jimmy G, winning that kind of game. I don't know. What do you guys think?
A little bit.
Hey, you messed up, bro, because it was 152 and a pick for Mac. Now it's a Jimmy game. Is that That's how Jimmy used to do it, bro. I know what you mean. I know exactly what you mean. It was a game where they weren't going to pass it to win the game. They were going to beat you on the ground. And the difference was with Jimmy, it felt like they were afraid to throw it at times because it was Jimmy and you didn't know what he was going to do. With Mac, it just felt like yesterday the run game was there. Let McCaffrey take it. Hi, man. I appreciate the call, man. Thanks so much.
No, I do agree with him. I think it was kind of a Jimmy Garoppolo game where you just trusted in the running game. To me, the game that it was reminiscent of this season so far was kind of the Arizona Cardinals game where they were doing enough offensively where you felt like, okay, the Niners are dominating this game, but we're not seeing it in the points. And the Falcons and the Cardinals had their opportunities offensively. They just didn't take advantage of it.
The difference in the Cardinals game to this game is the Niners, to me, that game was, again, I think I said when we came in Monday, I said they pulled that game out of their ass. Because that was the Eddie Pinheiro walk-off field goal game. What did they win it, 19-16?
16-15.
16-15? Okay, so 16-15 the final. The Niners lost every statistical category basically in that game.
Yeah.
To the Cardinals. Like, they didn't play well. They didn't get in. They didn't take advantage of opportunities. And they caught a couple of breaks and then took advantage of those and then got one chance at the end and won it. I mean, the special teams didn't play great in that game. They allowed a big kick return right before the end of the half in that one. Like, I didn't think they played well at all in that game and then came away with a win anyway. And that's when we were like, hey, they're 3-0. They're resilient. They're finding ways to be victorious.
No, I agree with you. I think they pulled that win out of their ass, but I think it was just more the flow of the game where they weren't running away with it, but it felt like they're dominating the time of possession and they're just converting on third down. Where it felt like even though the Niners are the better team, you're not seeing them pull away. It's just a matter of Kyle Shanahan coming up with a great game plan here.
Let's go back out to the phone lines. Niner Ted is in Salinas. Niner Ted, what's going on, man? You're on the Sports Leader.
Hey, fellas. How y'all doing, man?
What's
After
up,
a
Ted?
1 year hiatus, huh, bro? How are you guys doing, man?
Dude, we were talking about you the other day. I said, dude, we haven't heard from Niner Ted in a while. Hope he's doing all right. What's going on with you, bro?
I'm out ready to hit it, man. It's Monday. I got my chest and tricep routine going on right now. I just downed a protein bar. I was at the game last night.
Oh, you went yesterday. Nice, bro.
Yeah, you know what? I'm telling you, the one thing I want to talk to you guys about real quick is the failure to get recognized. I don't know, you guys are on the media, but I've been getting up every morning, ESPN, those yay-hoes don't know nothing. Good Morning Football, which I miss Kay Adams, by the way. Those yay-hoes don't know nothing. These folios, they talk about the Cowboys, Mahomes, the Eagles, and none talk about our boys. We are a depleted team playing with second, third-string rookies, and we're 5-2, beating the Seahawks, beating the Rams, almost beating Tampa Bay, almost beating Jacksonville. None recognition. None.
Does it bother you, Niner Ted? Sometimes it's okay
I'm
to be
gonna
under
go
the
hit
radar.
I'm going to go pump some iron right now and trying to reach some numbers because of this.
Man.
But you know what? As we get going through the season, when our team comes back with full strength, we're going to be a beast. These young guys that are playing out of their minds right now, they're going to be a beast. I mean, we're talking like years from now with these crew of guys that we picked up in the draft that are insane. I mean, you know what? If I was the NFL, I'd be talking about the Niners all the time and be worried, right? Because we are a depleted team right now, and yet we're still 5-2.
Niner Ted, the voice you hear. Dude, Niner Ted, before we let you go, we love hearing from you, bro. Seriously, it's been too long. Do not wait this long to call again. I want to hear from you. But I got a quick question.
I'm gonna call you up now that I'm back in the flow. I'm gonna call, bro, and you guys take care.
All right, brother. Niner Ted, the voice you hear. Dude, okay,
There you
so
go.
I was going to ask him one more thing. We'll do it next time. Has he crashed any funerals lately?
Oh, yeah, last year he did, right?
Dude, Niner Ted famously called us and said he had just crashed. He told us he was leaving a funeral, and I said, I'm so sorry. He's like, oh, no, I didn't know him. We're like, what do you mean? What do you mean you didn't know him? And he goes, no, it was a funeral. He goes, here's the thing, dude, it was a Filipino funeral. You got to go to the Filipino funerals. They got good food. I was like, any Filipino event, you got to go.
Yep.
They're going to feed you, eat your pancit, your adobo, maybe some lechon, maybe some dinaguan. You want some of that chocolate meat, Derek?
I don't know any of that stuff, but sure.
Some balut? No, you want to get on that?
Not familiar, but it sounds good.
Yeah. Well, not the balut so much, but yeah, we'll get after the Filipino.
So is this guy's crashing weddings like Will Ferrell and sorry,
it was a funeral.
Well, yeah,
like Will Ferrell, right?
Will Ferrell was crashing funerals
Was
as
his name
well.
Chaz?
Yeah, I forget his name.
Chaz.
Chaz Reinhold. He's not a kook. He's a brave and decent man. Adam
Funerals
Copeland,
are crazy, man.
T-Pop, Tim Webb with you. Aaron in Sacramento, Chris in Menlo Park, Kirk in San Jose. We're going to get to all your calls. I do got to tell you, we are giving away a chance for you to eat some pizza. What a great opportunity.
Pepperoni pizza.
What a great opportunity for you listening right now to win a $50 gift card for Tony's Pizza. It's the best pizza in San Francisco. Fantastic. I've been eating Tony's Pizza since I was like 9 years old out in the East Bay. Now he's got locations all over the Bay Area. 13-time world pizza champion, Tony Gimignani. The authenticity, the mastery from the start, where tradition meets innovation in every slice. All you got to do is listen for the cue to call. Between now and 6 o'clock, we'll give it to you. If you're caller 10 to 415-896-KNBR, you'll win the $50 gift card to Tony's Pizza, furnished by Tony's. Get the rules at thesportsleader.com. Tim, what's the cue to call? Hey, y'all, it's the cue to call. If you want tickets to a $50 Tony's Pizza gift card, call right now. That's it. When you hear that, caller 10 415-896-KNBR. Kirk in San Jose, we'll get to your call. 808-KNBR, 415-808-5627. Was this the best win of the season? How nervous are you for the 49ers going forward now without Bryce Huff? And what does their record need to be at the trade deadline to make an acquisition? We'll do that next. Dirty Work rolls on with your calls. Todd Husack at 350 on the Sports Leader. Hey, what's going on, everybody? Adam Copeland here for O'Donnell Financial Group. You know, you can declare your retirement independence today with a call to O'Donnell Financial Group. Having the proper investment strategy in place may allow you the freedom to do what you want and when you want, potentially for the rest of your life. You've worked so hard, you've saved hard, and the folks at O'Donnell Financial Group are here to help you avoid some of the common mistakes that so many people make when they get to retirement. Having the right investment strategy for the future could make all the difference. You can reduce what you owe to the government and keep hundreds of thousands more in your pocket, especially if you're somebody who's already saved a lot. So don't wait. Contact Greg O'Donnell, CEO and founder of O'Donnell Financial Group, today. He'll give you a complimentary review of your financial situation. 866-496-2300 and learn what it means to truly achieve retirement independence. 866-496-2300 or learn more online at o'donnellfinancialgroup.com. Again, 866-496-2300 or odfigroup.com to learn more. O'Donnell Financial Group. Let us help you retire confidently.
If it's lift day, it's dirty work. Right here on the Sports Leader.
Did it say if it's lift day?
Oh, yeah.
Whenever I hear those, I just think about my one with Ron, my landlord.
You have a lift day with Ron?
No, because we have the one that says landlord trouble.
Landlord got you down. Get yourself a Ron. And keep it locked to dirty work on the Sports Leader.
Ron hit me last night. He was sweating the game.
Yeah?
Yeah. Ron, I found out Ron is a pretty big Niner guy. San Francisco born and raised. He's a big Niner guy.
Were you ever sweating it last night?
No, I wasn't sweating it before. Dude, I feel like I have a really good pulse right now on the Niners, and I have a pretty good vibe as to, like, remember I said, like, Kruger, remember on Friday, was like, I'm
nervous about this
You have
one.
to sell me as to why you think you feel good about this game. And I said, dude, I just kind of feel like when you watch enough football, you get a vibe of, like, where teams are, how teams feel. And, like, it felt to me like a game that the Niners were going to win certain matchups.
Yes.
Felt to me, like, I didn't predict 200 yards for McCaffrey. Can't go that specific.
Todd Husack did, though.
But I was more along the lines of, I think what I said was Robert Saleh.
Yeah.
I think more along the lines of he's identified, I made this case to you last Friday, like he's put guys in different positions from moving Armstead inside to what was the one I mentioned last week? Jimmy Ward going from
nickel back to safety.
And they signed K1 and put him at nickel, right? Like all that is part of that. So identifying where players belong and where you're going to get the most out of them and develop them, I think is something that Saleh is really, really good at.
No, man. I mean, like I said earlier, I don't know where they would be defensively without him. I think that the fact that they went into the season with so many question marks and in different positions, and he's made this defense like I know that we were talking about like would this team win with offense or defense? They're winning with defense right now. Last night it was running the football and not throwing it like they've been the previous weeks as the number one passing offense in all of football. But Robert Saleh just finds a way. Without Fred Warner, without Nick Bosa, he puts Tatum Bethune out there, and the guy has a great game.
Robert Saleh finds a way.
Robert Saleh finds a way. And I know that some people are going to say, like, well, watch out next year. He could leave. I'm not so sure about that. I think that he's done a tremendous job and should probably be up for Assistant Coach of the Year. But the way we're seeing things right now in the NFL with defensive coaches, I wonder if other owners are going to be hesitant to hire Robert Saleh, like we're seeing with Aaron Glenn. They're two different guys, obviously. But Aaron Glenn was a mastermind with that Detroit Lions defense, and now that team is awful. So I think the ideal, way that you have a head coach.
To tell you. Yeah.
The ideal way you would have it is a offensive-minded coach and to have a defensive-minded coach to be your guy running it with you. Like a former head coach that got fired.
It's sort of in the way that Belichick was the defensive mind, but also the CEO, as Pete Carroll is the defensive mind, but the CEO. In that way?
No, what I'm saying is no.
You're saying doing a different structure.
No, the way they have it right now with Kyle Shanahan.
Oh, I'm sorry. You're saying the structure the Niners have is the correct structure, you're saying?
Yes. Like right now with Kyle Shanahan being the head coach and calling the plays, basically you have two head coaches. Kyle Shanahan's
not at risk of losing one. That's the thing is to your point. I know that I hear the point you're making. You're saying that like what the Lions are dealing with, and they've also already found success, and we're saying, dude, tip of the cap to Dan Campbell.
Right.
Even same with Nick Sirianni. When you're the CEO purely, then when guys leave, you're stuck to try to replace them or figure out how you make this work. The Niners offense is never going to just go away because Kyle's the guy designing
Exactly.
it. Whereas Robert Saleh can leave and you've got to find somebody else to do it, but they've also gone through that revolving door already.
No, like the way it's set up right now with Kyle being the guy, like it's the same thing with the Colts right now, with Shane Steichen being the head coach and the offensive play caller.
Yeah.
And Lou Anarumo handling everything defensively.
What about the Colts, dude? It's incredible what they've been able to do.
No, absolutely.
Fantastic.
So basically, you need two head coaches. I don't know if another team's going to take away Robert Saleh and be like, okay, this is the guy that needs to lead our team.
I like what you said, though, dude. Robert Saleh always finds a way.
Kyle Shanahan finds a way. This team always finds a way. I'm not saying that they're 100% going to miss the playoffs. I wonder with all the injuries they have, and now Bryce Huff out for the next 2 weeks, how is it going to look every week against certain quarterbacks? Like, I am not impressed with Michael Penix whatsoever. I was impressed with him at Washington. In the NFL, not so much. So I thought that the Niners were going to win that game. But when they play the Rams again with Matthew Stafford, they play Sam Darnold. How is the pass rush going to be in those games? How is the run offense going to be in those games? Just because it was effective last night doesn't mean it's going to look that way the rest of the season.
Let's go out to the phone lines. Kirk has been waiting in San Jose, wants to talk some Robert Saleh. Kirk, what's going on, bro? You're on the Sports Leader.
Hey, how you doing?
What's up, dude?
I just want to let you know that I've been a 49er fan since 1960. So I've watched it all. I've seen John Brody, all of them. Of course, the Cowboys are my worst foe, but last night's game was awesome, and Robert Saleh deserves the Coordinator of the Year award.
Dude, I don't deny it, or I'm not disputing it. Do they? That's an award that I wasn't even really aware of.
Assistant Coach of the Year.
Assistant Coach of the Year. Yep. That's how it gets handed out. Appreciate the call, Kirk.
Yeah,
go ahead.
All the way. He has done a phenomenal job with, come on, you lost two of the best defensive players in the NFL, and you still get out there and kick some ass.
I'm with you. Appreciate the call, Kirk. Thanks so much, dude.
Well, not only that, but like the way Kyle's having this offense run without Brock Purdy. The whole thing's been incredible. The fact that they're 5-2 with the amount of injuries they have, and we have no idea when the hell Brock Purdy's coming back. The whole thing has been incredible.
Yeah, again, I think they're probably the best coach team in football, and I think you have to look at the coaching when you see that they've had a backup quarterback starting for them. And you can say, Tracy Chandler was saying this on the postgame. She's like, well, Mac's not a backup. He's just their backup. I'm like, it's proving to be that case. And Larry yesterday said Mac is playing better than Darnold ever did as a Niner. And I said, to be fair, we only saw one game of Darnold as a Niner, really. But I hear his point. And I think that I'm pretty confident that Darnold might have been able to do what he did last year or along the lines of what Mac has done this year. Had he had to step into those reins, I think the skill set is similar. Kyle said to you last week, Kyle agreed with you when you asked if there were similarities between Kirk Cousins, if you thought the Kirk and Mac comp was a good one. He said, I think it is a great one.
No, I think the same thing with Sam Darnold, where he was thrown into the fire the last week of the season, was playing with a lot of backups. So you can't really count that against Sam Darnold. But Mac Jones, he is a backup quarterback right now. Like, we got a good sample size of him in the NFL, and he was pretty good his rookie season. But after that, it was bad because of the situation with Matt Patricia and other coordinators on the team. But, Mac Jones is the perfect fit for them right now. I wonder about the long-term future with him, if eventually another team will see that their quarterback situation's not great. Like, I wonder if the Cleveland Browns with a bridge quarterback, if they're not enthralled with Dylan Gabriel or Shedeur Sanders, would they inquire about Mac Jones next season? Is he more valuable to you as a backup quarterback or a trade piece? That's a conversation for the offseason. But right now, I feel comfortable with Mac Jones as starting quarterback, whether it's him having a performance, like the Rams game where he threw for over 300 yards, or like last night where he hands the ball off 40 times. Right now, they're getting it done with Mac Jones. They're getting done with the defense. I just don't know how consistently they'll be able to do it for the rest of the season.
By the way, we are up again and streaming on YouTube, twitch.tv/TheSportsLeader, the Sports Leader app, all that good stuff. But the YouTube chat is back up, and members of the Filth are checking in. By the way, a funny text here. That last caller, our guy Kirk in San Jose, said, I've been a Niner fan since 1960. Our guy Gizmo, loyal member of the Filth on the YouTube chat, checks in and says, man, Unco was coming in before the civil rights movement. Remember, the Titans hadn't even happened yet.
Yeah, that's true.
Gary Bertier was like 6 years old. You know what I mean? Like, we're even thinking that far ahead yet. That's pretty funny. 808 KNBR 415-808-5627, the number to call and the number to text. And since the YouTube chat is back up, a little bit later we will get the photos from this weekend. I told you at the top of the show that Tim and I had to stay together down in Santa Clara on Saturday night after Stanford, before Niners on Sunday. And we joked about what if there was only one bed. There was only one bed.
Yeah.
There was a pull-out bed. Tim slept in the pull-out bed. Do we have the photos? So what do you want to show him first, Tim? You want to show him a photo of your bed? Here's the other thing.
I think you being comfortable is the funniest of the three.
Tim might not even have fit size-wise in the pull-out. Like, you might have been too long for the pull-out bed. What do you got for us, Tim? You got if you're on the YouTube chat or on the video stream, YouTube, the Sports Leader YouTube, the website.
So that's a pull-out right there?
So the pull-out's this little one right here. That's me. I'm lounging. I'm luxurious. I had plenty of space.
It's not a bad setup.
Yeah, I was comfortable. And there's me. Once we pulled Tim's bed out, that's me laughing gutturally at Tim's mattress. There you go.
All right.
It was all like frumpled up in the corner, dude.
Yeah, I definitely, my feet dangled off the end.
Yeah, dude, Tim's feet might have been dangling. I did offer to sleep there, but Tim did insist he wanted to sleep near the AC.
The man knows what he wants.
He wanted to sleep by the AC unit. There you go. There's my...
Well, Tim slept in worse conditions. He slept here for, a full 24 hours, 28 hours, actually.
He did. He slept on an air mattress at the building, at our old studio.
So this
I
had
will
to
say,
be...
at least it was quiet.
Yeah, so this had to be a better situation than that, Tim, right?
By the way, I had a fan in the studio setup as well. So the fan story is true.
Fan story is true. Tim, would you say I was a good outside of the snoring, pretty good partner to room with?
Oh, yeah, it was totally fun. We looked after each other's space. There was no clutter. There was no mess. We had a couple of cheeseburgers in the middle of the night.
Dude, we went down. We had some beers and some shots. I was drinking some mango carts. Tim and I were sipping some tequila.
Nice.
We did actually. It's funny. We actually did see. We were at the team hotel. We saw Mac Jones in the hotel the night before, just sort of walking through.
Oh, nice.
Moseying through a lot of the faithful, hanging out. We had then I said to Tim after we went to Bear Bottle. We went to Bear Bottle to watch the Sharks game, catch the end of the Sharkies.
Mm-hmm.
Tough loss to Sir Sidney and the Kings, dude.
Man,
Sid the Kid.
They could really use a win right now. By any means, yes. By any means necessary from the head coach.
Their
there.
defense is putrid. It's really bad.
Yeah.
It's really rough. Anyway, it was like, I mean, you got Yevgeny Malkin out there. You got Hall of Famers just toying with our kids. You know what I mean? You got 19-year-olds out there with Misa and Celebrini and Will Smith and all them. But anyway, a learning curve nonetheless. And hey, maybe it's a 3-year plan, like we said.
I would say so.
Maybe it's a 3-year plan.
Maybe
so
a 5-year plan.
We were watching the Sharks. We got some of that Joyride pizza, which was money. Tim and I, nice little buddy date night. Got 2 different mini pizzas and split them.
Okay.
Then they got a little game section there. We went over and played a little pinball, some Avengers pinball. You know what they say, like Avengers assemble?
Yeah.
Avengers assemble when you like lose your last ball on the pinball game.
Okay.
The game mocks you. It's like, maybe you should assemble some more quarters.
It's not bad.
Then Tim and I played a little NBA Jam head-to-head in the arcade.
Love NBA
Well,
Jam.
it was close. It was NBA Hang Time,
It
which was like
NBA
an
It was like a
NBA
knockoff
Jam kind of
NBA Jam,
knockout.
but it was the same thing, like big
Super
heads,
fun.
high dunking. Dude, Steve Kerr's in the game.
So this is like 94, 95?
Yeah, it's early. I took Tim out with a duo of Sean Kemp and Gary Payton.
Yeah, I played as the Orlando Magic with Penny Hardaway and Horace Grant and
You
Steve
made a
Kerr.
substitution. You subbed in Kerr, right?
Yeah, I went Grant for Kerr later. I need a little more offense. John Koncak did not get off the bench.
Might surprise you that Sean Kemp led my team in assists, even though Gary Payton was there. The glove.
The glove.
Anyway, so we go back to the hotel. We get all packed up and rest. Tim was a good roommate too. He was like, "Dude, you need me to help you tie your do-rag? What is a do-rag?" I was like, "No, dude, it's
Exactly
okay."
how we went,
I was like,
yeah.
"You don't need to do all that."
It'd be great if you had an extra one and you guys were matching in do-rags.
Bro, if I had one with me, it'd be great if I had Tim wrapped up a do-rag for Tim.
Yes.
Like women get
And
together.
post it on social
Women
media.
get together and they're like, let's put on a mask. Let's do an
Yeah.
exfoliating thing. I get together too. I'm like, you want to rag with me? You want to ride this do-rag with me, bro? Can you imagine, dude, Tim in a do-rag?
That would be a great look for Tim.
Tim, what would it take to get you in a do-rag?
I'm not Kerry Crowley. I'm not just going to experiment just to do it.
No, I mean, that's what I mean. What would it take?
I'm
Kind
one of the
wager.
olds at this point. You probably don't need that.
Tim is on.
Look
Is
like
that-
No
Kip-
one needs it, but
I
it'd be
look like
hilarious
Kip
to
from
see.
Napoleon Dynamite. I'm not really interested in that look. Sorry.
That's pretty good. That's pretty good. That's what you're looking at right now on the YouTube video is Tim's bed. Tim said to me today too. He said it was nice last night. I got a night's sleep. I said I'm sorry about the snoring. He goes, really, it was more that bar that went through my back.
Going full on a lane.
I did give him a couple pillows from the actual bed though. I didn't make him sleep with the cushions.
Okay, well that's very nice of you.
Make him sleep with the cushions.
No, yeah. You cannot sleep on a couch with those cushions that you have on the couch. No, you need like a full pillow.
Tim riffed on me too. The next morning, he took a shower. He came out. He goes, "Hey, there's only one towel."
Oh, Jesus!
there wasn't, but it was
Okay, all right.
pretty good line from our guy Tim. All right, let's. Should we go back out to the phones real quick here?
Let's do it.
So let's go to Chris in Menlo. Chris been waiting for a while. Chris in Menlo Park. Sorry, we were reminiscing about our weekend. Chris, you're on the Sports Leader. What's up, bro?
Yeah, it was great to kind of live vicariously through you guys sharing a bed. So outstanding. But thanks for taking the call. I'm gonna dose a little bit of optimism in this whole thing.
Okay.
I know we should all be excited about being 5-2, but I think if you agree that we're in probably a 3 to 4 year window when the Super Bowl is still in play, we've got a little bit of an aging lineup when you've got some key position players. Kittle's not getting younger. McCaffrey's not getting younger, but I still think we're inside that window. But what I'm going to say that's kind of an optimistic view on things is all these injuries is actually the greatest thing that could ever happen if you think about it in a 2 or 3 year, landscape. Because all of these players who would have been stuck behind the number ones are now able to get out there and flex their skill set. Now, the number ones are going to come back. Bosa will be back, and Warner will be back, and Ayuk will be back, and Purdy will be back. But all those guys that are now stepping up and showing that they can command their position and take this team to 5-2 and ideally, somewhere better, become one of two things. One, they either, we keep them and they now become, active participants in what the Niners are doing for the next 2 to 3 years, or they become incredibly valuable trade assets because the NFL is constantly looking for guys who have proven themselves in game reps, at a high level. And that's something that I think if you're Lynch, you're looking at this thing and saying, I've got now a full cupboard of not only guys who will be returning that are going to get immediately slotted back into the starting lineup, but now I've got a whole bunch of ammunition that I can go out to fill other gaps as needed to be able to keep this thing rolling for the next couple, 3 years. So take your comments offline, but I'm just optimistic about the whole thing, just, counting blessings at 5-2. Regardless of how it ends, I think we are set up here for the next couple, 3 years, and that these injuries may actually be the best thing that had ever happened. I mean, outside, obviously, keeping everybody healthy and raising Lombardi this year. Pretty excited about what this means for the next 2 to 3 years. Thanks, guys.
Appreciate the call, Chris. Thanks so much. Did I hear his point? I was saying this yesterday to Todd Husack. He made some really good salient points there about, I was asking Todd, can baptism by fire or can having to grow up too early or quickly in the NFL be a positive thing? Because this is a team that is 5-2, does have expectations. They will at some point next year get Nick Bosa and Fred Warner back. You look at the development of those guys, even the young players on offense with Ayuk and Debo and Nick on defense early in their career with the Niners. Mm-hmm. The lights were bright from the time they got here. And now the lights are bright for these young guys immediately. So will the lights ever be too bright for a young team that was thrust into this situation early on? Maybe not. I mean, maybe this is an opportunity for that.
No, I mean, I agree with Chris 100% because this was my take a couple of weeks ago when we had Guy Haberman on, and I was like, is this beneficial for Mykel Williams that Nick Bosa's not out there? It's equal parts bad because you want to play off of Nick Bosa.
The guy said no.
No. And I get it. At the time, it's devastating not to have Nick Bosa, but in a way, this benefits Tatum Bethune. This benefits Upton Stout. This benefits Mykel Williams and all these guys that are filling in right now to get this time. So could it hurt you this season not having those players? Absolutely. But for the long haul, to have that experience right now to play in these pivotal games, it's only going to benefit you to be that much better next season. So, yeah, I think there is a pro and con to it, obviously.
Every week, Derek, a little bit more validated against Guy Haberman.
I'm trying to.
Something we strive for.
Yes.
Right here on Dirty Work. All right, let's take a quick break. One of our favorite guys, Todd Husack, who, by the way, in writing almost called exactly what Christian McCaffrey was going to do yesterday in a text to Derek a week ago.
He called it.
Like a week ago.
Last Friday.
Okay, like 4 days ago.
No, I mean, he called it.
He called it.
I texted him on a Friday. I said, we'll get you on Monday to react to the game. And he goes, I'm calling it right now. Christian McCaffrey's going to have 200 yards. And I'm like, from scrimmage?
Let's
or
talk.
all together? And he goes, from scrimmage.
Let's talk to him about it next. Todd Husack sniped it, and the Niners won. Husack joins us on the Sports Leader.
I'm simply saying that life finds a way.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Yeah, ladies and germs, it's here, the start of the 2025 NBA season. Hoop kicks off tomorrow, but mark your calendars. It's Dubs Roundtable live from Harmonic Brewing at Thrive City this Saturday from 4 to 6. Dirty Work gets your pregame started at 2 o'clock, so come hang out with the filth, brush some brews, and strap in. It's the Roundtable to end all roundtables. This Thursday, Harmonic Brewing, Thrive City.
Basketball, give me the ball because I'm gonna dunk it!
Now back to dirty work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa in the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Dirty work on a Monday afternoon. Adam Copeland, D-Pop, Tim Webb, one of our favorite guys to talk to. Todd Husack, former Stanford quarterback, and of course, a former NFL quarterback and part of our pre- and post-game coverage of 49er football right here on The Sports Leader. Todd joins us on the UMA guest line. Todd, how we doing, bro?
I was doing a lot better before the Bryce news. What the heck?
Dude, I know.
It's every week,
dude,
Todd.
didn't we say, I said this to you a couple of weeks ago. I said, bro, I'm always afraid of Monday morning injury news that you didn't know about when we got out of the game. And Kyle says it's like the last two plays of the game. Bryce Huff injures his hamstring. It's going to be a couple of weeks.
Well, I'm still basking in the glow of a good win and a great win and an awesome performance by Christian McCaffrey and the defense and the defensive staff. And I thought you were very eloquent last night, Cope, said that to close out the show about recognizing greatness when it's there in front of you, not thinking 10 years from now, like, gosh, he was so good.
Yeah.
Appreciating Christian McCaffrey and what he's done for the 49ers and in his career. He's fun to watch, and the way he plays and the way he prepares and his attitude and leadership, it's so impressive week in and week out, and what he's done for a team that needs that leadership and that production and that performance every week. You wonder how long he can keep it up because he's taking a beating, but that was impressive last night. And D-Pop, I was off by 1 yard.
1 yard, but you nailed it, Todd. You nailed it, though.
Yeah, we were talking about that. You texted Derek on Friday when he asked you to come. He asked you to Monday if you'd come on Friday, and you said, yeah, McCaffrey's going to go for 200 yards. You called this yesterday or on Friday?
Yeah, I did. I called it on Friday. I was off by one. Sorry, next time I'll be a little better.
A little bit better, Todd. Yeah, go ahead.
But it was fun. Like, even pregame, we're sitting around talking, and all the guests we had on, everybody felt good about that one for some reason. I think it was maybe Atlanta off the short week and a big win, and everybody pumping their tires about, hey, they're looking like the real deal. For whatever reason, everybody we talked to in the pregame show yesterday felt good about it. I felt good about it, and they went out and played at a super high level on both sides of the ball.
Talking to Todd Husack on the UMA guest line. So what was the difference last night for the 49ers to run the football really for the first time this season? Was it Kittle's return? Was it just the offensive line blocking better? Or was it just the matchup of the Falcons not being a great run defense?
No, I think Kittle's return has a huge part in it. All the numbers that you saw were where he was in the game versus when he wasn't. And it's not just his blocking at the end of the line of scrimmage or, the energy that he brings. I think he softens the defense because those safeties cannot come up and play 3-4 yards deep. They have to respect him and his route running and his over routes and his corner routes. So all of a sudden, if that safety is 3 yards deeper and maybe on his heels a little bit, worried about Kittle in the passing game, that's going to create a softer point of attack. And I thought the 49ers did a great job at the point of attack for the most part last night. And I know you talked about the power run game versus just that zone, inside-outside zone blocking. They did that quite a bit. And Shanahan said it, when you run the ball that many times, you're going to open up the playbook a little bit more and show more. But when they can double team and pull that backside guard and you got Kittle one-on-one at the end man of the line of scrimmage and Juszczyk filling up, that's a good combo. And of course, McCaffrey running the ball between the tackles. He is so good because he's not that big and imposing. But man, he runs hard, and his ability to set up blocks, his patience and vision. Like he did it a few times last night where he stutters just a little to get the guard to move that backer just one step in the wrong direction. He cuts behind him and gets 4 or 5 extra yards. It was fun to watch. He still doesn't have a carry over 15 yards, which I think is amazing. He had a few of them last night right around that 15-yard mark. But you get the feeling he's close to breaking one and having that 160, 170-yard rushing game and hopefully put a team away early where he's not having to make 3rd and 14 or 14-yard catches on 3rd down and keep moving the chains. They can give him some rest at the end.
Talking to Todd Husack, nice enough to join us on the UMA guest line. It sounds already like in Kyle's response to the media today that Mac Jones is trending towards being the starter again, that he said there's nothing to suggest that Brock would be back this week. He said nobody had said that. Maybe as we get through the week, there'll be more news on that. If, in fact, it is Mac Jones again, what do we know about this team now, 7 games in? We keep asking identity, but what do you know about this team in general? Because we're starting to see some consistency now with Juwan being out there, Kendrick Bourne being out there, McCaffrey's out there, now Kittle is back, Mac Jones has started. This would be his 6th start of the season in 8 games. What do you know about this Niner team?
Well, I think what they've shown is they can win in a lot of different ways. They can win throwing the ball 40-plus times a game. They can win running it 40 times a game. They get it done on defense. The things they still don't do well are create interceptions. That just keeps going every week. It's incredible that there's not just a tip ball or something to end the streak because the defenders are in position a lot of times. It's not like their pass defense is bad by any means. The guys are in position. The guys are athletic. They're there. They just can't seem to create a turnover. I thought their pass rush was better. Again, losing Huff hurts. He was really effective last night. And the defensive line in general, pushing the center and the guards back into the lap of Penix, I thought was a big game changer in the second half. Didn't allow him to just sit in the pocket and pick them apart. So they need to keep doing that. But the fact that they seemingly have different guys step up and make big plays, like last night, Lucas making that pass breakup on 4th down, and early in the season, it's Alfred Collins batting the ball away. It's different guys seem to step up when they're given the opportunity. They make the big play, and I think it goes to the culture that they've created in that locker room. And go back to, we had JD on early in the season, and he mentioned it. This locker room feels a lot different, and they've needed it because every week more guys go down. But the way they play for each other, it's rare. It's really hard to do in professional sports because guys get paid on individual performance and not necessarily winning, being a smaller part of a winning team. So coaches do, but for players to get that big contract, players need to put up stats. And so to have these guys buy in and play for one another and recognize that this is a special team, and I think it is. I think the frustrating part is not being able to see Fred Warner and Bosa out there. If you add those pieces, all of a sudden this is a team that isn't just 5 wins. They're one of the best teams in the NFL. So even with those guys out, the defense and the young players stepping up, the veterans making plays, they're playing really well. They're really well coached. I think for them to prepare that game plan against a tough team to stop, that Atlanta Falcons team has some weapons on offense, and they corralled Bijan Robinson. His longest carry was 8 yards, 14 carries for 40 yards. That's impressive coming off the game he had against the Bills, too. They were flying high, and the Niners came out and shut them down.
What'd you make of the game Mac Jones had last night? 152 yards passing, handed the ball off 40 times. I guess you could say he was a game manager, but some would say that's a negative term. So as a former QB, do you find that to be a negative term for a QB?
Oh, that drives me. That term drives me nuts. You know what being a game manager is? It's being a good quarterback.
Yeah,
right? It's
yeah,
not
exactly.
making bad
It's
decisions.
executing, right.
It's completing passes on third down. They were 9 for 15 on third down.
Right.
And I thought his best throw of the game was that third down completion to Christian McCaffrey up the seam, where he did a great job. His eyes were down the middle of the field. He got the middle linebacker to flip his hips to the linebacker's left. He threw it to his right, to the linebacker's right. He got him out of position just by a couple yards, and that's all it needed, and he put the ball right on the money. That was a great play. I think that the throw to Juwan Jennings, not his best throw or decision, but he was solid. He had the long scramble at the end, which we're not used to seeing from Mac Jones, but he made the plays when he needed to. He didn't make big mistakes. And he's tough. I mean, the game did not get off to the start they wanted with the interception and a 19-play drive for Atlanta, which they held the ball for 10-plus minutes. And the 49ers answer is an interception, and you get the feeling like, oh, man, this one could get away. But Mac Jones comes back. They have their own long drive that ends with a touchdown, and they're back in control. So I think his toughness, his resilience, his understanding of the offense, he hasn't had to only throw the ball 26 times. Usually he's out there airing it out. So the fact that he can go out there, do that, make the right decision, make the right throws in critical positions. Yeah, the term game manager, there's a lot of coaches that wish they had a game manager right now. As you look around the league, some of these big money quarterbacks just aren't good enough, aren't producing at a consistent level. And certainly Mac Jones has done that.
As far as the other quarterback last night, you watched Michael Penix at Washington. You evaluated him during the draft process. What did you think of him last night? I think that he made some mental errors, with the intentional grounding before half and the delay of game that went to a 3rd and long. Just what's your take on Michael Penix as a pro quarterback right now?
He throws something about the lefty. They throw such a nice ball. Like, he throws a really, really nice ball. Arm talent is a term people use to talk about guys like it looks so nice when they throw it. And he's got that part down. I think his understanding, like, you can see the difference in him versus Mac Jones and their understanding and command. I thought there were a couple times where he missed reads or throws that could have changed the game. I still don't know what they were doing on 4th down, that quick out to London. They didn't have Bijan Robinson on the field. They're in the shotgun on 4th and 1 like that. So things like that, you would think a more experienced quarterback has more command. Hey, we need Bijan out here. Maybe call a timeout or something. And surprisingly, I know he's had injuries. He doesn't move real well. He's not bad inside the pocket, but if you get him off his spot a little bit, make him reset his feet, he's certainly not as effective when he can just sit back there and bounce in place and find the open receiver. He's good, but he's got a lot of room to grow. And they've surrounded him with some pretty good weapons. The Falcons are going to be a tough team. I think that we talked about that last night too, where that could be a team that the Niners are competing with for a playoff spot or a seeding, and that win last night might come back in favor of the Niners as this season goes along. Because I think they could be one of those teams that has a good run in their division and as the season goes along, and the Niners took care of business.
Todd, what do you think their record has to be a buyer at the deadline, or do you think they already are? I mean, like, if they win the next 2 at 7-2, I think absolutely they are. If they're 6-3, I'm still like, yeah, you should probably go make some additions, and we don't know how long Huff's going to be out with a soft tissue injury. They say a couple of weeks. That could be 3, could be 4. Who knows? 5-4, I think then you get a little bit more desperate. But where are you? Do you think that they've already played themselves into being buyers?
I think they should be. I think winning is hard, and the window has been open for the 49ers for a number of years because of the talent that they've built. And I tell you what, the depth that they've built has shown this year, and they've needed it, unfortunately. But they've built a roster that I think you also look at the NFC. I don't think there's a great team in the NFC. That certainly the Buccaneers and the Lions, who are playing right now, are good teams. But the Niners, when they get healthy, they're a tough team to stop too. You look at what Atlanta had on their end with Pitts and London and Bijan Robinson. Like, the Niners can be in a position like that when they get Pearsall back and all of a sudden Kittle's healthy and McCaffrey and Juszczyk, and they got some weapons. Get Juwan Jennings healthy again, and if IU can come back and be dangerous, all of a sudden that's a darn good offense that can score some points. And the one thing the Niners have not had this year is big chunk plays. We saw it at the end of Seattle with the deep throw from Purdy to Pearsall, but without Pearsall consistently, if they can add that piece where they can throw it down the field, and they might have to outscore teams. The defensive performance last night was great. Can they do that consistently? With all those players injured, it's going to be tougher. So there's going to be games where they have to score 31, 35. And with those pieces back, they can. But getting that piece on defense, whether it's a rusher or a linebacker, somebody who can come in and be a difference maker, I think linebacker is going to be a little tough. But get that pass rusher whose one job is to create havoc in the backfield, get to the quarterback, create some turnovers like we saw last night, Huff creating the forced fumble. Getting another guy like that would be a missing piece. And then hopefully once the Niners get healthy on offense, that component of the deep shot is back, and they're a more dangerous group.
Couple more minutes with Todd Husack on the UMA guest line. You mentioned that you called it with me with the prediction that Christian McCaffrey would go for over 200 yards from scrimmage. You've been watching him since his Stanford days. In your opinion, where does he rank amongst the best all-purpose backs? Like we've seen Marshall Faulk and so many others be so lethal as a runner and as a receiver. Where do you put Christian McCaffrey in those ranks?
I think he's up there with Marshall Faulk and LaDainian Tomlinson. I think the one thing that's keeping him out of that mix is injuries. He's missed a lot of time. But he's as dangerous, and as when he is healthy, there's very few guys that are better than him. Marshall Faulk was awesome and he was fortunate enough to play on that Greatest Show on Turf teams that were those dangerous teams. We played against them a couple times, and they were fun. They were throwing it all over, and he was the perfect piece of that, like an Edgerrin James type guy with the Colts and Peyton Manning.
Yeah.
I think that's what Christian McCaffrey is with the Niners, and his ability to get out of the backfield. He's not just running swing routes and flat routes. I mean, he's running option routes, and we've seen him run comebacks lined up as a wide receiver. That slot post, that skinny post he ran last night on the third down, that's a great route. He had the feel. His spacing was perfect. Like, he was right on time. Mac Jones knew where he was going to be. And he's got great hands, and his ability to run and make the first guy miss after the catch. His vision is so good. I'd put him in that top 5 of dual-purpose backs, guys. And he's on pace this year for another 1,000-yard season rushing and receiving. So there's very few guys who are better than him.
Todd Husack, the voice you hear on the UMA guest line, part of our pre- and post-game coverage for 49er football all season long. Todd, heck of a win yesterday, a lot of fun. And as you said, dude, too many road games up front. We're going to be backloaded. I'm going to see you every week coming up pretty soon.
I can't wait. Yeah, I hate these 2 weeks off. We're going to have a lot to talk about in that pregame show against we got the Rams in a couple weeks. So take care of business on the road at Houston and at New York, that's a team that's playing a lot better. They're dangerous. They can't hold the lead, but they're scoring some points and they're exciting. So the Niners are going to have their work cut out for them. But we talked about it last night. There's not a ton of just about halfway through the season. As you look at the schedule, there's some teams that are going to be tough to beat, but the Niners have proven, don't count them out, and they can win it different ways. And the way they're playing right now, you feel like their culture and their belief, like they believe they can win every game. And I think that's a big part of it. They're coming in despite injuries and unknowns on both sides of the ball, guys who haven't played a lot in the NFL. They're well coached and they're performing when they get their chance. And it's fun to watch. You're seeing guys emerge and really create long careers for themselves, taking advantage of the opportunity. But I credit them for drafting the right players with the right attitudes, and man, they're coaching them up.
Todd Husack, the voice you hear on the UMA guest line. Todd, have a great week, man, and we will talk to you soon, bro.
Thanks, Todd.
Sounds good.
Good deal there, Todd Husack. Dude, big weekend for Todd, too. He's Stanford Cardinal, taking down FSU.
Dude, huge win on Saturday night.
How about that? He goes down for that game. They win that one, and then he gets the Niner win yesterday. Dude, Todd's feeling good. He actually was pretty pissed. He's like, dude, we had 2 more weeks, no football here?
Yeah, I know.
He's like, what are we doing? He's like, well, I want these road games to go away.
We need a prediction from Husack every week, like Husack Adamas, where he just comes on and like, Christian McCaffrey's going to do this or Mac Jones going to do that. Like he's spot on.
I got it. It's Hustratodmus. I think it's
That's not bad. That's not bad.
I think we go Hustratodmus is what we do.
I like that.
And we have him make a prediction for the Niners.
Yeah, why not?
He's a blast to watch a game with. Like Dante Whitner used to teach me a lot, just like about football.
Right.
Talking to him, sitting next to Todd and having him talk about looking at eyes and where guys are going and how they line up and what they're doing out there. Like he's a blast to watch.
You get a prediction from Todd.
What is your prediction?
Thank you. Thank you.
I like that. Adam Copeland, Depop, Tim Webb with you on a Monday afternoon. Dirty Work rolls on. All right, we've waited long enough.
You ready?
We'll get into this. I do, by the way, want to come back to some 49er stuff because,
of course,
I want to talk about what happened, what Melissa Stark said about Brock Purdy's foot and his toe.
Yeah, she got some good details because, so far we've heard, like Kyle and John are not going to say a ton when it comes to him. It's just, he's limited in practice and they don't want the injury to be a setback. But Melissa Stark sat down with Brock Purdy and got the details on the foot.
Okay, we'll hear from Melissa Stark a little bit later on her conversation with Brock. Matt Mayoko, our 49ers insider, NBC Sports Bay Area, joins us at 4:50. Matt Mayoko at 4:50. Marcus Thompson at 5:30. And I have to let everybody know, your 49ers player of the week who joins Murph and Marcus every week, 9:30 on Tuesday mornings.
Who is it?
I mean, it's got to be obvious, right?
Tatum Bethune?
No.
Chase Lucas?
No. Bryce Huff? No.
Eddie Pinheiro?
No. Any other guesses?
Not Christian McCaffrey.
It is, in fact, Christian McCaffrey.
Whoa.
Right here on The Sports Leader tomorrow with Murph and Marcus, your 49er Player of the Week, 9:30 a.m., 201 scrimmage yards, 981 on the season. We had 14 first downs himself yesterday.
Nice. 9:30 tomorrow?
That's a badass. 9:30 tomorrow, Christian McCaffrey right here on the Leader.
Is it going to be Christian McCaffrey or could it be John Lynch disguising his voice as Christian McCaffrey?
Is that a
they
thing?
They do sound alike.
Do you think so?
Oh, absolutely.
Really?
Yeah.
We'll do some side-by-side tomorrow. We'll see if we can comp them. I don't know if I'm going to get that.
They sound exactly alike.
I don't know, dude. As a guy who throws to who hears audio cuts coming back from break every week on 49er postgame, and just kind of has to guess who it is, I don't think John Lynch sounds like McCaffrey.
I think so.
I don't know.
All right.
I don't know. We'll see tomorrow. McCaffrey, 9:30 a.m. tomorrow with Murph and Marcus. All right. We've waited long enough. The Giants may have they do have a new front runner, according to reports, for manager, Tennessee head coach Tony Vitello. I'm interested as to why so many of you seem so excited about this potential hiring. The Giants are, quote, closing in on Vitello as manager. We will talk about it next. 808 KNBR. You want this guy? On The Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Yeah, the Dodgers are back in the World Series. Yeah, Shohei Ohtani is an alien, but forget all that. It's Game 7.
Game 7!
On Mike Holler's KNBR 1050 as the Blue Jays and Mariners square off. Pregame 4:30 on KNBR 1050, the sports leader.
You found Dirty Work, the greatest show in America, right here on the Sports Leader.
Dirty Work on a Monday afternoon. Adam Copeland, D-Pop, Tim Webb with you. 808 KNBR 415-808-5627 is on a football Monday. We're talking Giants baseball on October 20. And no, they haven't played a game in 3 weeks. It ain't because it's playoff baseball talk.
It's because they hired a manager, right?
No, not quite yet.
Oh.
The report on Saturday, according to Ken Rosenthal of The Athletic and Andy Baggerly of The Athletic, as of Saturday, the Giants are closing in on reaching a deal with Tennessee head coach Tommy Vitello as their new manager. Now, people threw this name out initially, and a lot of people on our text line and I don't know about in the YouTube chat, but a lot of people on the text line over and over kept saying, "What about Vitello? What about Vitello?" When we were throwing names out.
Yeah.
Remember at first when I was talking about moving on from Melvin, everybody goes, "Well, who do you want?" I go, "Well, I really didn't know. There was no pool. We didn't know what Buster was looking at. We know kind of now the pool that he's looking at. He's looked at or spoken to Kurt Suzuki.
Mm-hmm.
He's interviewed Nick Hundley, who apparently, according to Alex Pavlovic on Sunday, Nick Hundley removed himself from the job, potential hiring of the job. He's going to stay with the Texas Rangers as an advisor to general manager Chris Young. So he's not been interviewed. He's not been interviewed twice for that job for the Giants. Or they requested to interview him and he didn't want to last time.
Right.
I think the report on him or the feel is that he doesn't want to manage, at least not right now. He's got young kids. And so it's not something that he's apparently going to do right now. Seemed to me like if he wanted the job, it was his. Was the way they had reported about it. Now, maybe that wasn't the case. Maybe the Giants were still going through more of a process. They apparently spoke to Brandon Hyde, former Orioles manager and a local guy.
Mm-hmm.
They apparently spoke to Kurt Suzuki. That was a report. And I hate to say this, but I believe Kurt Suzuki hits the C-League rule, which is the Rooney rule of a minority interview. So, because I was thinking that too, I'm like, well, who have they spoken to that fits that? No, Kurt Suzuki probably hits that. So, because there's been no noise or no real reports, and all the reports just kind of come out after, right? Seemingly in the past, like when the Giants were in a coaching search or anybody is, you're like, oh, they're meeting with this person today. Now they're meeting with this guy. They're meeting with this guy. Everything seems fairly close to the vest in terms of who they're talking to. This was a name that was reported, and it must have come from somewhere because people were talking Vitello as soon as the Giants were in the market. Like fans were. Now, I don't know where the suggestion came from, and I thought maybe this is an out of left field thing, no pun intended, but maybe it's got legs, and apparently it has legs. According to Rosenthal and Baggerly, they are close to reaching a deal or closing in on a deal. Jeff Passan reported on Saturday that no deal has been reached, and when they reached out to decision, when Vitello was reached for comment, he said there's nothing to confirm. Vitello, apparently, according to Passan, is going to make a decision, or there will be a decision made in the next 24 to 72 hours. The reason that's of significance is baseball, I guess, does not make these announcements or allow these types of announcements
during
to
playoff
happen
games.
Formally during playoff games. There was a playoff game Saturday. There's a playoff game Sunday. There's now a playoff game tonight. So you won't hear anything official, I would think, until either late tonight or tomorrow, if this is, in fact, the hiring. Multiple college reporters said Vitello has said nothing and has said nothing is done. Like he's not reached a deal. And it's just been business as usual with Vitello on campus for fall baseball. So these are rumors and the reports that are out there. He was actually on with Larry Krueger and Greg Silver
in the summertime.
Yeah. When the Giants drafted Killeen, the shortstop out of Tennessee. Now, this would be an unprecedented move. I don't believe, unless somebody can find one for me, that anybody has ever in the history of professional or Major League Baseball gone from being it's not football. It happens in football in the NBA.
Yeah.
Goes from being a college head coach to being a Major League manager.
It's never happened before, Copes.
There you go. Okay, so certainly, and this is just my thought. I was like, I can't imagine this has ever happened before. It's the same sport. It's a different game. And I would say that's the case for a lot of the sports. Basketball is much more similar.
Mm-hmm.
Like, yeah, the way you go about it, the physicality, sure. Football, effectively the exact same game except for field goal kicking and overtime rules.
Yes.
Right? Equipment's the same. Baseball, you could say, oh, that's the case. Literally playing with a different piece of equipment in college.
Right.
The size of your rosters is different in college. The number of games is different in college. The structure of how you use players, and because there is a future for the player after, no running back, no coach in college football there's never been a thought as to like, should I not run this running back? however many times a game because he has to go to the draft next year. Like there are college coaches who like that gets asked when guys get drafted. What's his usage been like? Are college coaches grinding starting pitchers out for, you see this all the time, guy threw 150 pitches in a college game and we're like, what a stud.
Yeah.
Because that college coach never has to deal with him after the 4-year window. You're not playing for a contract, right? Neither here nor there. My point here is, if this is in fact the direction the Giants are going in, this is one of the biggest risks I can ever remember this organization taking. There's nothing to suggest that this is a good hire. He's a great college baseball coach. He's been a phenomenal recruiter. But professional sports is way different. It's something they've talked about in the NBA for years. It's really hard to jump from head coach in college to the NBA because your voice doesn't mean the same thing to a bunch of professional athletes. You're being strict, your tone, the way you go about things in running your organization does not happen in the same way. The guy's 47. The guy never played professional baseball. I mean, like, how does Logan, I would imagine a move like this would require conversation with your team. That said, it's Buster's decision. How does Logan Webb feel about it? How does Matt Chapman feel about it? How does Rafael Devers feel about, what if he's like, who's this effing guy? Walking in off a college campus? I've been in the majors since I was 20 years old. This guy never sniffed a major league dugout. Like, I'm not saying you have to be at that level to manage. I'm not. But it would be a shock that if nobody who'd ever set foot in a big league clubhouse as a coach or manager was tabbed to coach the San Francisco Giants with the price tag that they have. And there's all the other details too. There's a buyout that has to happen for him at Tennessee out of his contract. You're also still paying Bob Melvin because you picked up his option. So Melvin's going to make $3 or $4 million this year. Let's say the buyout's like $3 million for Vitello. Are you bringing over one of the highest paid college coaches to be the last or lowest paid head coach in baseball? I bet not.
No.
I bet you got to pay him to get him over here. Plus the cost of living coming to San Francisco from Knoxville, Tennessee. Like, you get him here. Are we paying $11 million to the manager spot next year? If that's where they want to go, that's great. But don't tell us there's no money for other big-time talent and players this offseason. Who's picking the coaching staff, and who is qualified to pick the coaching staff? And if he's not picking the coaching staff because he doesn't have the experience and it's Buster picking the staff, if he doesn't have the qualifications to pick a staff, why does he have the qualifications to manage a Major League Baseball team? I don't understand why anybody likes this idea. If purely your thought is, this is intriguing, it's outside the box, and it's new, and I'm down to try something completely new, that's the only line of thinking that makes sense to me as to why somebody likes it. Because there's no track record. There's no proof. There's no evidence of any usage or stat or number, except that you like his fire and his attitude. That's not what makes teams great. I know we don't like the dullness that they've played with, but this doesn't change that per se. You could say, well, there's ties to the Tennessee. Dude, they have like four guys in the organization, or 5 guys. Blade Tidwell played for him. Who's the guy they just drafted or traded for? The outfielder that we all love. Drew Gilbert. Blade Tidwell, who they also just traded for. The guy they just drafted, Colleen. There's another shortstop in the system. But none of that matters. That's not why you get somebody. That has nothing to do with any of it. I don't understand any level of excitement around this. There's intrigue because it's weird and it's completely outside the box. But if this is a miss, this is a huge miss. It feels to me like the Giants have pieces. I just watched Shohei Ohtani play the greatest game that any player has ever played in the history of baseball. The guy's going to hit 500 career home runs, and he's going to have like 200 career wins. He's an alien. He's the best player we've ever seen. We're dealing with it for a decade. We sit here every day and say, there's nobody to take down the Dodgers. And Buster told us, the plan is to do that. That's what we're going to do. I have a tough time believing this is that guy. After, like, it feels like there's got to be more urgency around this. I'm not saying this guy's not a baseball guy, and I don't even know what works. I didn't want Steve Kerr. I thought Bruce Bochy was a weird hire. But those are different guys who had ties to baseball and basketball prior to this. I'm at a loss. I'm shocked that this is a legitimate possibility. I'm not sold, by the way. I'm really not sold just because there's all these reports out that this is happening. I'm not sold. But I am a little concerned about it. It's intriguing, but it doesn't excite me. It makes me go, what are we doing?
Yeah, it's interesting. When I saw the report on this, I was like, wow, they're going this route. And I'll give you more of my thoughts on this because we're up against it. But it's a gigantic risk, but I am intrigued. And maybe you do need to shake it up. I know you're competing with the Dodgers and the Padres and everybody else in that division right now. but maybe you do need to get a little nuts to be competitive once again.
808 KNBR 415-808-5627. Sell me on this, Giants fans. Give me a reason why this would be a good move. Why do you think Tony Vitello is a good move? Did you know about him before 3 weeks ago? That's what I mean. Like, 808 KNBR, if you're so excited about him, why? For me, you want to go outside the box. This is when you go to like Yadi Molina. You want to go outside the box. That's the route I go. You know what I mean? I go that path. I'm not going to a guy who's never coached a Major League Baseball game. I mean, again, like Casey Schmidt is this guy's senior. This guy's got more big league experience than Vitello. I don't think that's what you need, absolutely. Maybe this guy would be a good ad as a bench coach or something like that to train to be a manager. But I can't. I don't know. I lose faith in the Giants and my confidence if this is the hire next year. 808 KNBR 415-808-5627 is the number to call. Why would this be a good move? Let me know next on the Sports Leader. Hey, what's going on, everybody? Adam Copeland here. You know, I'm picky about my pizza. Love talking pizza. Love giving away pizza. We are still giving away a $50 Tony's gift card to Tony's Pizza Napolitana. And that's what I'm here to talk about. Tony's in North Beach. It's the gold standard. He's a world champion when it comes to pizza making and dough throwing, by the way. Every style that Tony does is spot on. Neapolitan, New York, Detroit, Sicilian, grandma style, whatever you do or whatever you're into, it's perfection. He's got locations all over the Bay Area. Slice House. He's got his spot. Capo's in North Beach. Oh, you got Dago Bagel on a Thursday and Friday. Get yourself a bagel sandwich and little lox over there in North Beach. I'm a sucker at Tony's for the New Yorker, big, bold, and cheesy. The Diavolo when I want that spicy kick, and they got plenty of other menu items. The penne alla vodka pasta, Nona's famous wings, and the honey fried chicken sandwich. They're all next level. Here's the best part. You don't even have to be in North Beach to get it. They've now got a location inside SFO, so you can get one of those world-class slices before you fly out, or you can hit up Slice House. They're all over the Bay Area, including a location inside of Chase Center and at Levi Stadium. If you've never been, make it happen. I promise you, you will enjoy it. Tony's Pizza Napolitana. Go hungry and leave happy. It's Tony's Pizza Napolitana.
Now back to dirty work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa in the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Dirty work on a Monday. Adam Copeland, Derek Papa, Tim Webb. We'll be joined by Matt Mayoko at 4:50 and Marcus Thompson at 5:30. Talk a little bit about the Warriors' upcoming season tomorrow against the Los Angeles Lakers. But a story that came across on Saturday, Tony Vitello, as maybe your Giants manager for the 2026 season and beyond. I'm surprised by this move, considering considering this last week, Andrew Baggerly said that Nick Hundley's the front runner for the position, but as Coach just mentioned in the previous segment, Alex Pavlovich saying that he's out of the running. And it sounds like he doesn't want to manage, but I guess he lives in San Diego. Wouldn't be the least bit surprised if he's intrigued by that Padre job, and I know that would piss off a lot of Giants fans. But as far as Tony Vitello, I mean, he does have a good resume from college. Went to the College World Series 3 times, won in 2024. His players love him. I get the enthusiasm that this guy brings. It's way different than Bob Melvin. I know that a lot of fans were upset after games where the Giants lost, and you saw him say, well, we'll just come to the ballpark tomorrow and figure it out. This guy takes accountability. I saw a post-game where they punched their ticket to the College World Series, and even in a win, he's like, I need to acknowledge some of the mistakes I made. And that's leadership. But as Copes just mentioned, this guy's never coached at the pro level, never played at the pro level. And the whole dynamic right now of, okay, do you have to overpay to get him? I would not do that. If I was Buster Posey, I would say, okay, you're making $3 million right now with Tennessee. I'm giving you an opportunity that nobody from the college ranks has ever had before. Do you want to be the manager of the San Francisco Giants? And if he says, well, no, then you move on. Then you move on to the next option. This also tells me that he might have been the third option to be manager of the team. Obviously, Nick Hundley was the front runner. It's out there that they wanted Stephen Vogt. And I guess that's not going to happen right now with what's going on with the Guardians. I'm assuming that Stephen Vogt wants a new contract extension. He's in the final year of his deal. That's going to be a hard thing to get out of. So what's the dynamic with Tony Vitello as the manager? Is it going to be where Buster Posey wants to set up, where he's Andrew Friedman, where he picks the roster, or he picks the coaching staff himself, and Tony Vitello's given a lineup card every day? And the same thing, like, how is he going to talk to guys like Justin Verlander or Rafael Devers or even Logan Webb, just guys that have been in this league for quite some time, and he's never been experienced in the major league level? I think it's risky as hell, but also very intriguing. I'm not going to poo-poo the move right away. I just think that, it kind of screams a little desperate in a way, but also this guy could be, I don't know, just different than what the Giants have had in the past. I understand that he has no experience, but you've gotten your ass kicked by the Dodgers consistently, the Padres consistently. Maybe it's just time to shake it up. The slogan for the last few years has been Giants baseball and nothing like it. Maybe the slogan should be, let's get nuts, let's get crazy, let's try something totally different. I don't know if it's going to work, but I'm very intrigued by this potential move.
Well, that's what I'm saying is, if the reason you like it is just that it's different and it's out of the box and you're like, well, let's screw it, let's throw something else up there and try something totally different. I don't personally love that approach, but if that's why you like it, to me, that's the most logical reason to like it. Because there's, in my mind, nothing tangible about it. Excitement or having energy as a manager or a coach literally means zero in my mind for how your team plays. Yeah, we'd like it at times.
Yeah.
We didn't like the way they felt this year. We didn't like the lack of energy. But that doesn't Dusty Baker wasn't some fire up beat. He had some energy. The Giants found success. Felipe Alou won 100 games or whatever, and 03 went wire to wire. That guy had less energy than anybody. Bochy was one of the most laid-back dudes of all time.
Right.
I wasn't a big energetic dude. Buster is not that guy. So if energy is the answer, to me, that's okay, cool, whatever. That's not really relevant. It's not why teams are successful, right? The Mariners aren't sitting there and the Blue Jays in Game 7 tonight because their managers are fiery dudes.
Yeah, you're not going to win games because Tony Vitello goes into the crowd after wins. I saw that, and some people are like, I love this guy. I want him to be my manager. That doesn't mean anything.
650 checks in on the text line and says they'll be okay because the players trust Buster and they'll trust him. That works for a little while.
It's not that simple.
It's not that simple, though. If you trust your – think about how your office works at work. I can trust somebody who's my boss, or my boss's boss, but if I don't trust the boss, I don't trust the boss. It doesn't change how I feel about the person.
Right.
I might be like, yeah, Buster's a great baseball mind. We know he's a great baseball mind. We don't know if he's good at hiring managers.
No,
we
don't.
have no idea if Buster's a good president of baseball ops. We have faith. We have confidence. I have confidence. I believe he will be. But this would be a really weird way to start it if it doesn't go well. That's what I'm saying is this is a major risk if it doesn't go well. And so what I'm saying is Buster doesn't know what he doesn't know. It seems like it's a big risk to run with a decision or an option like this. It seems like sort of counterintuitive to the way he's gone about other things. It would be unprecedented. No team's ever done this.
Yeah, but I kind of like that, though. I do like that in a way where it's unconventional. It's something we've never seen before.
Why do you like it?
I like it because it's just different. It's outside the box thinking. But that doesn't necessarily mean it's going to, equate to wins. Like, I get the enthusiasm aspect of it. I think fans want guys that are like them, where if you're mad after a loss, then this manager's going to tell you why he's pissed off that they lost this game.
Right.
But also, I could see guys rolling their eyes being like, okay, who is this guy I think he is? He's going to scream and yell at us when we lose, or going to scream in press conferences. That doesn't fly in clubhouses sometimes.
Yeah.
So I get the intrigue. I also get the skepticism because this could go either way. This could be where Buster finds his guy and he's the manager for the next 10 years, or he flames out quickly because he's so inexperienced. And if it's going to be just a whole thing where we don't know for quite some time, like I get the whole thing of baseball being like, we don't want news announced during playoff games. And I respect that. I totally understand that. But if it's going to be a waiting period where he's like going back and forth, like, I really like this opportunity, but at the same time, I can't leave my guy in Tennessee, then it is what it is. Do you want this job or not? Do you want to be the next manager of the Giants, an opportunity that you were never going to get anyplace else? Do you want it right now?
Are you talking about him? I mean, I don't really care about the right now thing. I don't know why this has to be like a you have to decide right now thing. I don't understand what you're saying about this. Like you're saying he has to decide right now or they move on.
Well, why has this been put off for a couple days?
Maybe it's been agreed. Maybe it's been agreed upon. They literally haven't put it out because baseball waits for the official announcement. That's what I'm saying is there's a chance that Passon's saying this has been done and we're waiting until Tuesday or when we don't have a baseball game.
Could be, or maybe he's just wavering back and forth between it.
Or it's not the deal. Like I don't want to speculate that like he's wavering because we have no idea. I think it's more likely if it's not announced, it's because of the way baseball does media.
Well, Baggerly was on with the morning show and said they're going to have to make it worth his while to be the manager.
That's my point. 916 says if you're paying Melvin $3 and you got to buy Vitello out, if he's your guy, you do it. That's what I'm saying is you spend like 11, 12 on the manager spot this year, you'd be paying him, in my mind, I would be surprised if he got here and he were outside of a top 5 manager paid because you'd be prying him from elsewhere.
Yeah.
Like you're paying him to come here and like you don't even know. He turned around a terrible program. They've gone 341 and 131 under his management. I know. I Googled it too because I didn't care or pay any attention until his name came up, just like you. The guy wins, period. At the college level, dude. What does turning a college program around have anything to do with managing a Major League Baseball team? It's completely different jobs. He's going to couches and talking to kids' parents and kids and recruiting them and selling them on the dream of playing professional baseball by way of competing for a national championship at Tennessee. He's been phenomenal at that. Nobody's disputing that. But that's not managing a Major League Baseball team with the personalities and the salaries that we're dealing with and the development we're looking to deal with. We don't know if he can develop a player who's not 19 years old. We don't know if he knows how to manage a bullpen. And what you can tell me is, well, Buster will put the right guys in place around him. Okay. But if you have to put all the right guys in place around him, why does Buster have to do that? Why do you want a manager who's not necessarily capable of doing that? We've never seen him do the job. Y'all were hot when I got hired as PD. Nobody knew if you could do the job. You've never done anything like it. It's a completely different job. We don't know if he can do this. I think it's a weird, again, if your line of thinking is, this is outside the box, so let's try something new. Again, I don't love that theory or that strategy, but if that's what they're doing and that's the way you view it, that's the most logical way to think about it. There's no evidence that suggests he'll be good at managing a baseball team. Pat Murphy with the Brewers?
Pat Murphy, yes.
People are looking at him going, well, he coached in baseball. Dude, the last time he coached a college baseball team was 2009. It's like 16 years ago.
Yeah.
Then he spent like a decade as an assistant or a front office guy in pro baseball, and he was a bench coach in baseball.
Yeah.
It's much different.
No, I mean, I get that.
Like Kai Correa has more experience, but everybody would be upset if he got hired.
Well, and I saw some people on social
Buster
media.
would be picking him,
I saw some people on social media over the weekend be like, I'm getting some Gabe Kapler vibes from this guy. I don't see that. I just see an enthusiastic guy, and there's obviously a reason why Buster likes him. He's well respected. People like him. He was part of MLB Network's draft coverage. He's a good interview. I just don't know if he can manage Major League Baseball. I have no idea. I think this tells me, though, that Buster really wants to control the team because all the indications are that he wants to pick the coaching staff. So if it's kind of like Andrew Freeman or anything else in baseball right now where the GM gives the manager the lineup every day, then it sounds like Buster wants to be that type of executive where I'm going to tell you how this team's going to be run.
510 says, Cubs' job description at KNBR must be negative thoughts until positive things happen. No optimism allowed. I'm asking you for the optimism, 510. I'm saying make me optimistic. If this were like any other team, if the Niners went out and just hired some high school football coach, I'd be like, but he won 6 state championships. So I'd be like, no, dude, nobody would be happy with that, right? Nobody would. Nobody would. I don't know why this.
It's a little different with high school, though.
I'm saying that to me, that's the discrepancy. To me, that's the.
You
jump.
think it's that much of a drop off from Major League Baseball to college baseball?
I'm saying I think there's a whole level of them. I'm saying why has nobody ever been hired to do it? I'm not saying that I'm not saying that the first should never happen. I totally believe that thinking outside the box is a good way to go about things. But in the position they're in right now, is this the right time for that? Is this the right time for that? And again, Buster's in his second year.
Yeah.
It's not like he's a long tenured dude who's like, this is my guy. We're going with this. Bob Myers was early on when he took Steve Kerr, too.
Yeah.
He hitched his ride.
But that wasn't a risky move.
And that's a different situation.
No, I totally get your skepticism. I just think that Buster's like, we got to try something new. And also, the first option said no. Second option said no. I'm trying this guy now. It's not set in stone. It very well could be where he passes on the job or the Giants don't take him. But for right now, it sounds like he's a leader in the clubhouse. And I think it's a unconventional move, but one I'm very intrigued with if it actually comes to fruition.
I'll be there, guys. I'll be rooting. I'll be wearing my hat. I'll be out there cheering, dude. I'll be there. Don't get me wrong. I'm in. I'm just like, I'm surprised this is where we're at. Don't lead me astray, Buster. Come on, bro. We got Ohtani out here. It's the greatest game ever played. And then they're like, hey, what about that's why that hurts so bad too. I watched Ohtani do all that, and then everybody's like, you see the Giants might get this guy who's never been in a major league
Tony
clubhouse.
V, baby?
Yeah, I was like, what? What? This is what I got a belly full of white dog crap in me?
Well, who would you prefer at this point? With Nick Hundley out of the running and Stephen Vogt staying with the Guardians?
I don't know anything. I don't know anything, anybody. I don't know. I don't know anything. I don't know anything. I liked Shanahan. I didn't want Boch. I didn't want Kerr. Just do whatever. Just get whoever.
Okay.
I'll deal with it. I'll be okay. I wanted Melvin. Well, I don't know. Whatever. I don't know. I don't know anything. I'm just a fan. And I'm like, why is this the right move? And nobody knows anything. None of us have a good reason.
I mean, if he gets introduced at a press conference, he's going to win the press conference. People are going to be like, I love this guy. But that doesn't mean anything when it comes to managing baseball games.
Yeah, it's weird. It's weird. We got to get to Matt Mayoko.
Yes,
Adam, we'll talk more about this week. 808-KNBR 415-808-5627, the number to call and to text. Matt Mayoko on where the 49ers go next. He talked to Kyle Shanahan today about potential trade assets and where the 49ers would go. We'll get into that with Matty when Dirty Work continues, only here on The Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
The Sports Leader knows you love the 49ers, which is why it's Diners Nightly immediately following Dirty Work.
Yes, Mr. Krieger. Yeah.
Lawrence will take you right up to NFL action as the Texans square off against the Seahawks right here at 7 p.m. on the Sports Leader. Hey, Houston, you want to do us all a favor and get a win? Cool. Okay.
Back to dirty work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa on KNBR 104.5 and 680 AM, the sports leader.
We do it every week with our 49ers insider, Matt Mayoko. He joins us courtesy of the Uma Guest Line, and you can see him right now up on our YouTube channel, streaming on twitch.tv/thesportsleader, thesportsleader.com, and the app. Matt, what's going on, bro? How you doing, man?
What up, Matt?
I'm doing great. How you guys doing?
Doing well. I like that I don't see you anymore at the games, at least this season, so I like getting to see you on the stream.
That?
Yeah, you like that, huh?
No, I like that I get to see you on the stream, so I still got my fix. You like that?
Oh, that's good. That's good.
You like that?
You Kirk Cousins me, yeah. You like that, yeah. He was out there yesterday. I wonder if Kyle Shanahan looked across the field and thought what could have been, just looking across at Kirk Cousins as the Niners got a 20-10 win. Just 30,000-foot view for you on the magnitude of this one. I thought it was pretty impressive.
I thought it was too. I thought that going into this game, it wasn't as simple as just, what we saw Sunday night would kind of pave the way for the rest of the season. But I thought it would give us some sort of indication, what life would be like without Fred Warner, obviously without Bosa. And for them to step up and play the way they did, specifically Tatum Bethune, the way he played, but just not him. It was like, all these backups that they've turned to throughout this season, they've all performed very well. And it's just, starting with Mac Jones and going to Tonjes and Farrell and Colby and the defensive linemen, there's just rotating 9 defensive linemen in there now. And now that, Bosa's out for the year and Yetur Gross-Matos has been out for a little bit and will probably be out for at least another week or two. And then now Bryce Huff is out for at least a couple weeks. But, the defensive line, I thought, had its best game yesterday. They were generating pressure that consistently came from a lot of different spots other than just, early in the season it was Bosa. Robert Saleh dialed it up a little bit more, but even in the defensive backfield, the backups like Darrell Luter and Upton Stout, or actually Chase Lucas playing for Upton Stout, and the fact that they played 4 safeties, played them all quite a bit. To me, that's probably been the most impressive part about this 5-2 start, is that I think we just assumed that the 49ers were going to be so top heavy that they would not be able to withstand any injuries. And it's not only to the point where the backups have stepped in and played well. It seems like there's far more conversation, like, oh my gosh, how are they going to end up taking this guy out of the lineup because he's playing so well? It just seems like every spot is kind of like that.
And, of course, every Niner victory is followed up with some unfortunate injury news. So the Bryce Huff injury, he's out for the next 2 weeks. There was talk about adding at the trade deadline to begin with pass rush. Do you think there's more urgency now given the injury?
Well, I think it has to be right. I don't think that – I asked Kyle Shanahan this question today because I've kind of been of the opinion that they can't do anything that strips away at the resources for the future. And whether that's, giving up a 2026 draft pick or, maybe paying a guy a lot of money that would take away salary cap space for the future. And he said, the way I said it is it imperative if you were to acquire somebody in a trade that you'd not only have that player for the rest of this season, but for next year as well? And he stopped just short of saying yes. He said he didn't want to make any absolutes, but he did say that, everybody feels the same way, that you don't want to take away anything from the future just to have or add a player that's only going to help you this year. They wouldn't do it, but it would just have to be so attractive for them. It would have to be a unique kind of situation for a trade, I think, for them to even really consider that. But if they can get a guy in, looking in the past, I think, I'm trying to think, the players that they acquired in trades that had more than 1 year left on their deals, guys like McCaffrey, I think that one worked out pretty well.
Yeah.
Charles Omenihu,
Trent Williams.
I think Jordan, Yeah, Trent was a guy that they got him in
Trade
the
and sign,
offseason.
right? Yeah.
Yeah, and then so it'd have to be somebody that makes sense from that standpoint. I don't think it would be a big name guy necessarily who has future years left on the deal. But right now, the 49ers' depth on the defensive line, I mean, their depth all around, it's really surprising to me how there hasn't been much drop off. And for instance, the game yesterday, they did have 9 defensive linemen active, and they've done that the entire season. So they're playing a lot of different guys, and it's defensive line by committee. So the good news for them is Gross Matos should be available to be back in whenever, a week or 2 or whatever the case may be. And the same goes for Bryce Huff. He'll be back in 2 or 3 weeks, whatever the case may be. So it's not like those guys are out for the season. They're going to be getting them back. And then they just added Kevin Gibbons. He was active for the first time this season, coming off of the injured reserve list. So I don't think he did make the point too. They like the young guys and they like the direction the team is heading. So I'm not sure that it's totally, an urgent situation that they add somebody in a trade, but I mean, they do have to keep their eyes open for if anything makes sense for now and the future. That would be the time when they would do it.
Talking to Matt Mayoko, our 49ers insider from NBC Sports Bay Area. Christian McCaffrey yesterday, 24 carries, the second most he's ever had as a 49er, and the most he's had since that Thursday night in Seattle when Brock had the oblique and the rib injury and all that, where he carried the load. But in his 2023 Offensive Player of the Year season, never once did he carry the ball as many times as he did last night, which is kind of incredible. When you look at, I mean, I don't think it's as simple as just George Kittle's back, so the run game was that much better, but was certainly a factor. Did the O-line play that much better last night? What was your evaluation of why that happened?
I think it might be that simple. I know it sounds overly simplistic.
Right, yeah.
But I think the 49ers oftentimes in the first 6 games of the year did not really have an opportunity to run the ball effectively just because of how defenses were playing them. Think about it. They had no threat really on the outside for a lot of those games. And I know Ricky Pearsall, had a few good games, but when Ricky got banged up, Juwan Jennings was banged up. Kendrick Bourne couldn't find a spot on a 53-man roster for the first week of the season. Yeah. So I think defenses really stelled out to stop the run, and add into that the teams weren't afraid, or they didn't have to change things up or consider Jake Tonjes and Luke Farrell much of a threat at the tight end position. So just the presence of Kittle alone changes how defenses view the 49ers. And they can't, it's twofold. They have to play Kittle as a threat in the passing game, and then Kittle is also a fantastic blocker. So I think all that stuff, as well as maybe Juwan Jennings getting a little bit more healthy and blocking better, Kendrick Bourne getting more into the flow as far as the blocking part of it. I really think that Kittle's return to the lineup, which is so funny. He played 126 NFL games before last night, 114 in the regular season, 12 in the postseason. This was the first game that he did not catch a pass. And he had as big an impact on that game last night as he's probably ever had in a game. And it was because of the running game and the fact that they were able to run the ball 39 times, including the 2 kneel downs at the end. But they just really controlled the game, the running game. And also, Mac Jones did just enough, picking up some third downs. Juwan Jennings, was third and Juwan a little bit again last night. And so they just were able to move the chains, hold the ball, and run the ball very effectively.
Talking to Matt Mayoko on the UMA guest line. Kyle in the teleconference today said it would be a reach to expect Brock Purdy back this week against Houston. On the broadcast last night, Melissa Stark got an in-depth report on Brock Purdy and what he's dealing with the toe, and any way it moves could result in a setback, and there's no timeline. And he hasn't been placed on IR, but does it seem like we have no idea when this guy's coming back at this point?
Yeah, I think that's fair. Yeah, obviously they brought him back too soon in week 4 against Jacksonville, aggravated that injury. I think they felt confident that they were bringing him back and he was healthy. If you recall at that point, Mac Jones, on that Friday before that Jacksonville game, Mac Jones was listed as questionable. So he had a bunch of stuff going on, including the knee injury. And Brock Purdy wasn't even listed on the injury report. So, they basically cleared him to play, the Friday before that game. And then he aggravates the injury. I think they just got to be really, really cautious about this and just make sure that when he gets back, they're confident that he can stay back and remain on the field, and there's not the severe risk of aggravating that injury. And I mean, the good news for them, of course, is that they have a guy at the backup quarterback position. Well, I guess, are we still calling Mac Jones a backup quarterback?
Yeah.
I know. He started 5 games and will probably start a 6th on Sunday night. So at some point you just kind of look at him like, oh, he's the quarterback. But they're very fortunate that they were able to sign him, and he stepped right in, and the offense just keeps rolling, or at least, they're able to just pick up where they left off. He's similar enough stylistically to Brock Purdy where they don't have to do much at all different with the offense. I would imagine that if Brock Purdy were out there or Mac Jones were out there, depending on the defense they're facing, it's probably the same game plan. It's many of the same plays, many of the same concepts. I think Brock does a little bit more movement plays, but they can just do what they do, whether it's Jones or Purdy out there. But yeah, it's a tough one to read because I don't think they even really know. I think all those turf toe injuries are kind of unique in that you don't know how the player is going to respond and when he is totally ready to go and when the risk of injuring that or re-injuring that is diminished altogether. But yeah, I think the one thing they learned in week 4 was maybe whenever they think he's ready to go, maybe still give him a little bit more time.
Matt Mayoko, the voice you hear, our 49ers insider from NBC Sports Bay Area. Before we let you go, just a quick thought on the other side of things for the 49ers. Could you see the 49ers at any point, we haven't really seen this in this era, acquiring assets for anything expiring on their own roster? I mean, they're not deep in a lot of places, but...
No, they're not. I would say that, I was asked that question on KNBR last week about Juwan Jennings.
That was kind of where I was thinking, yeah.
Yeah, and I don't know. I mean, it's not like they're playing with a lot of depth at the wide receiver position. And, maybe this game Sunday night kind of changes some things. If they'd come out and played horribly and the young guys were completely overmatched and they just couldn't compete, I didn't know what to expect Sunday night. And you saw how their defense played against the Rams. The Rams put up a lot of yards. 49ers had a difficult time slowing them down. However, they did make some big stops in that game, one at the goal line and one on 4th down to win that. And then they had a really difficult time getting off the field against Baker Mayfield and the Buccaneers. So if that had continued and the 49ers didn't look competitive, I could have seen where if a team who needed a wide receiver could call the 49ers. In Jennings' final year of his contract, he's scheduled for unrestricted free agency. Would the 49ers be open to trade him? I mean, they would listen, I would imagine. I mean, they'd have to listen.
I don't know if the price tag would be so high anyway that it would much matter. It's kind of with a player like that.
Yeah, I guess. I mean, you'd probably be looking at, what would you say, like a 6th-round pick?
That's kind of where I was thinking.
Something like that.
And then you're like, well, does he help us more this year than giving us a 6th? And that's where you'd have to weigh that.
Right. And I guess the point would be, the more you win and the more those young guys show that they're capable of banding together and winning football games, the less likely you are to trade away any assets.
Right.
The one position where I think they have a surplus, believe it or not. And I say that fully knowing that in the NFL, anytime you think a team is deep in one spot, they're just a week or two away from being thin in that same spot.
Yep.
But I think safety would be a spot where they have some guys there who I think in the right situations are NFL starters. And now that Jair Brown, it looks like he's kind of put his, it looks like he's kind of, I would say established himself, but the last two games he's played
much
a
better.
lot and he's played much better. So it looks to me like the 49ers starting safeties at this point are clearly Malik Mustafa. He's a starter, and now I would expect him to be a full-time every down guy. Now that he's played two games and has kind of worked his way back in. And the other guy is Jair Brown. And the other two guys would be Siegel, who's a young guy who has a bright future, and then Jason Pinnock, the veteran, who came here on a one-year contract. And he would be the guy that, if a contender needs help at safety, if there's an injury here in the next week or so, I could see the 49ers parting ways with him. But that would be, I think those two guys would be the only two. But I wouldn't expect that to happen because I don't know that they would get a whole lot in return to make it worth their while.
Gotcha.
And at this point, don't you think that they just kind of got to ride with what they got and see where this season takes them?
I think so.
I think that's the path they're on.
Yeah, it is wide open. I mean, who knows where this season's going? I mean, they surprised me to go 5-2 with all the things that have happened up to this point. And, the performance last night has to be super encouraging for Kyle Shanahan, his coaching staff, and the personnel department led by John Lynch.
Yeah. Matt Mayoko, the voice you hear, 49ers insider, NBC Sports Bay Area. Make sure you're reading him, following him, listening to him, and he'll be on KNBR all week long. Matt, as always, appreciate the time. Thanks so much, man.
Thanks, Matt.
Okay, thanks, guys. Appreciate it.
Awesome.
Take care.
The great Matt Mayoko. Love catching up with him. It sounds like they're only going to make a move, according to Matt, like if there's something perfect in terms of fit. And it's going to, like he said, it might take something unique, because if you're going to give up assets that will be here for a player that's here beyond this year, that means that's like a bad team with a young player who's either disgruntled or wants out, or you know what I mean? Like you're giving something up to get something big. That means something of some significance if you were going to do that.
I hear that.
On a multi-year, I mean. And
Yeah.
it sounds like it means it's less likely and probably very unique if it does.
Yeah, so Trey Hendrickson will be out on that.
I don't think that they're, I mean, the Bengals think they're around, man.
Yeah, well, they are.
They should.
They
They
won
feel
that
like
game on Thursday night with Joe Flacco. Max Crosby, it'll be a cold day in hell when Mark Davis agrees to a trade with the 49ers. So.
By the way, I can't wait till tomorrow. We do the soiree, the nicey video of Gruden.
Oh, yeah.
Him shouting out the Bengals and Flacco in that one.
I have yet to see it, so
I'm
excited.
It's good. It's good. He drops a pretty funny line in that one. All right.
Dude, by the way, the Lions are up 14-0, and Mike Evans just went down with a pretty bad injury on a deep pass, holding his shoulder.
I did not see that one. I did see that Jahmyr Gibbs went for like 78-yard touchdown. Right?
Yep, and then Amon-Ra St. Brown in the first score. So yeah, Lions up 14-0 on the Bucs.
They're humming and they are mauling Baker right now.
Yep.
They could be at 5-2, and so could the Bucs after this huge Monday night tilt. Adam Copeland, T-Pop, Tim Webb with you. We'll take a quick break. Marcus Thompson of The Athletic joins us at 5:30. When we come on back, somebody on the text line says 415. What the F is turf toe? How about this? Melissa Stark sat down with Brock Purdy, talked about his turf toe yesterday. We'll get into that next. Only here on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Well, ladies and germs, it's here, the start of the 2025 NBA season. Hoop kicks off tomorrow, but mark your calendars. It's Dubs Roundtable live from Harmonic Brewing at Thrive City this Saturday from 4 to 6. Dirty Work gets your pregame started at 2 o'clock, so come hang out with the filth, brush some brews, and strap in. It's the roundtable to end all roundtables. This Thursday, Harmonic Brewing, Thrive City.
Basketball, gimme the ball because I'm gonna dunk it!
Hey, y'all. It's the cue to call. If you want tickets to a $50 gift card to Tony's Gemignani's, call right now.
Now, back to Dirty Work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa on KNBR 104.5 and 680 AM, the sports leader.
Dirty Work on a Monday. Adam Copeland, D-Pop, Tim Webb with you. We caught up with Matt Mayoko, our 49ers insider, and Todd Husack. Both of those hits are available on thesportsleader.com and the The Sports Leader app. We are streaming with the filth on YouTube, twitch.tv/thesportsleader, and the Sports Leader app. Check it out. Stream the video. Then you can come tell me when you see me in person how different I look relative to my voice.
That was fun on Friday. You love hearing that.
that was a trip.
Yeah.
Dude, how about the woman who told us we need to dress better?
Oh, yeah. She was going in on our wardrobe.
She was like, you need to dress better.
Well, your father dresses nice.
Dude, I was like, the guy wears
I don't know why I'm doing my dad's voice for her.
She did say that. She was like, why don't you dress like your dad more?
What, change my clothes every segment to represent what we're talking about?
Yeah, I was like, you were wearing like a black T-shirt. I was like, dude, it reminded me of
I
that
always
guy.
wear a black T-shirt.
Reminded me of the guy, Michael, who wet his pants on that date with Stacy.
Yeah.
Mike, and then he called in and he told you that he didn't like your clothes. And you said, I'm not going to take advice
from a guy who pees his pants.
Yeah, that was pretty funny.
Yeah, I thought that was lame.
I thought it was pretty funny. No, but we did get soundly ripped.
For our wardrobe?
Yeah.
It's radio, man.
Anyway, it happens.
If we were on TV, we'd probably dress nicer, but we're on radio.
I was like, but you show a little shoulder, huh? How about that?
I'll show a little shoulder for you.
There you go. All right, keep that on. Keep that tight. All right, you want to stretch? You don't stretch out that neck.
That's true. Or Hawaii, you might see a lot of my arms.
You think so?
Yeah.
Well, you guys were giving me crap last year for wearing tank tops, and I was in Hawaii.
I might do tank top.
I don't know why you guys gave me crap about it last year.
Because it was fun to do.
Remember that?
And I was stuck here.
We were like voting on the tanks on.
And then, of course, Tim says, and we have it in the intro of the show, Mankini, yes or no?
Yeah, that's right. Well, that was in Hawaii, huh?
Yeah.
Yeah, we're getting beat pretty hard by the sun there for the back end of the show. We're direct sunlight for the last, I would say, 2.5 hours of the program.
Oh, I remember.
And by the way, people who are checking in on the text line about the Hawaii trip, like, hey, I qualified. I'm waiting to find out. I guess I didn't win, huh?
Simmer down
Dude,
now.
it's 5:30 on Monday. If you think the ship that's being run here is so tight that they got all that stuff organized after the last name came in on Friday, so they qualified all these people. They're going to pick the 10 winners. I would wager they have not done that yet.
No.
I don't know. Maybe they have notified. What I'm telling you is no matter how many times you text the text line, I won't have the answer for you.
I don't even have my flight information yet.
Dude, I don't know. Yeah, they told us they claimed the flights are already booked for us. I asked for it today. I've been left on red. I can see it. I can see the dude I texted and asked about it. Says he read it at 3:57. Didn't respond though.
Okay.
How about that? Funny, you asked about flights too, huh?
I did.
Didn't hear back, did you?
Nothing. The power of radio.
All right, Dirty Work rolls on a Monday. That's what's going on. So, yeah, I'd like to know when I'm going too, everybody. The Brock Purdy toe injury. Somebody says, what is turf toe?
It is a very annoying injury, it sounds like.
Good description. It's a ligament that's like attached to your big toe. It runs on the bottom of your foot.
Yeah.
It's toe related, but it's really like foot related and ligament related. It tears, it pulls. It's a very, very painful thing.
Well,
it can get so bad to where you have to have surgery.
Yeah.
The injury isn't just like it's a structural thing. It's a structural damage to a ligament.
Yeah, that's why people, when you hear turf toe, they're like, oh, come on, you can play through that. No, that's why Joe Burrow's out for most of the season, and that's why really have no idea when the hell Brock Purdy's coming back.
Yeah, so we don't know. And Kyle Shanahan was asked today, is it looking like Brock is going to play this week? The exact terminology was, is it a reach to say that Brock is on track to start this week? Kyle was like, yeah, I think it's a reach. No one has said that. He said he's going to continue to do what he did last week, this week, and we'll see how he progresses. Houston's actual turf is not a factor as to whether or not he plays, they say.
Yeah, I wouldn't think so.
That's what they're saying. So here's what Melissa Stark had on a report on Brock's foot as of last night's game. Here's what Melissa said about the return of Brock Purdy.
Turf toe may not sound like much, but it can be debilitating. There are varying degrees. For Brock, he hyperextended his right big toe week 1, tearing the stabilizing ligaments under the joint. In addition to being extremely painful, turf toe limits the toe's ability to flex. And Brock told me any movement in the wrong direction can set him back. He said he is truly day-to-day. There is no timeline for his return. He called this injury so annoying, saying he's never dealt with something that lingers this long.
Yeah. So
lingers, man.
Lingers.
He lingers, dude.
So not bad enough to put him on IR, but I think we just have to go with the mindset that it's Mac Jones for the foreseeable future. And that was the case before this game. They don't want to screw this up. They don't want it to be where he comes back, he hurts it even more, he's out for the season. You don't want that. So I think we just got to be patient until Brock Purdy's 100%. And I don't know when that's going to be. It's not this week against the Texans. That'll be next week against the Giants. It'll probably be a nice landing spot for him at home. Who knows?
Wait, against the Rams, you mean?
Well, even that's kind of iffy, too, with that team. But who knows at this point? I would say just it's not going to be anytime soon. I think in the next couple of weeks here, I know every week we hear like he's limited in practice. It's just a matter of if he's 100%, and it does sound like he's close to that right now.
Truly day-to-day is what Brock is saying. Per Melissa Stark, is he still dealing with that turf toe injury? In Mac, we trust.
Yep.
Keep it rolling, Mac.
Yeah.
Keep it going, dude. He's
doing a solid job.
And by the way, the Niners are still the number one pass offense in football. They now actually have more offensive yards per game than the Falcons. I think they're top 6 now.
Yeah.
Are the Niners, so they're moving.
Who do you have more faith in as a backup quarterback, Joe Flacco or Mac Jones?
It's different.
Yeah.
If I need to win one game on a backup, Flacco's my guy.
Yeah.
If I'm like rolling through the season right now with what the Niners have, I'm going Mac Jones.
I'll say this. Mac Jones in Shanahan's offense, perfect. Joe Flacco just lofted it up to Jamar Chase and T. Higgins, perfect. Just the right situation.
That's what Gruden says that too. He's like, he barely knows his teammates.
Yeah.
He's like, and he's throwing touchdowns to Jamar Chase. He's going off, dude. It's funny. It's a pretty good, because he ripped.
This guy?
He's getting in on all the superstars or big time players who made big time plays. He rips on the Giants too for not holding that lead in the fourth.
That dude, not even a stepped in him moment, but like that's an all time collapse.
I've never seen a moment. I mean, nobody has. It's the most points ever scored in a fourth quarter when the team was shut out in the first 3.
Yeah, and the Broncos were talking mad ass going into that game. Nick Benito was like, this fan base is delusional. And then Kayvon Thibodeau.
He's right, though.
I mean, they are. Yeah. But Kayvon Thibodeau was like, all right, we got something for your ass. And then they come out and have a 19-point lead and then blow it. That's awful.
Yeah, dude, they were up 19-0 entering the third. They were up 26-8 with just over 5 minutes to play in the fourth.
And Jackson Dart throws a horrendous interception.
The one mistake he made, he went with 280 plus on 3 touchdowns and one big pick.
But you know what?
Also 30, dude. Then that guy who looked like a Madden auto-generated kicker. That kicker's name was like McAdaway or whatever his name was. That was a weird. He's wearing 99 out there.
Yeah.
Missed the extra point.
I know.
What are you doing, man?
But honestly, game of the year. And I think the Giants. Not going to say they're going to save Brian Dable's job, but they're more entertaining than what they were a year ago.
Yeah, they're more entertaining for sure. We got to take a quick break. Marcus Thompson of The Athletic. Wait, I didn't rush me to Marcus. He blew us off Friday. You can wait a minute, all right? I'm going to get to Marcus Thompson. He'll join us next. Best sports writer in the country. Guess he'll join us again Friday. Probably talk to him Thursday at the roundtable.
No, that's too much Marcus.
No, too much Marcus? All right, we'll talk some Dubs with Marcus next and a little 49ers as well. Marcus Thompson next on the Sports Leader.
Now, back to Dirty Work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa on KNBR 104.5 and 680 AM, the sports leader.
Dirty Work on a Monday afternoon. Adam Copeland, D-Pop, Tim Webb with you. Marcus Thompson, best sports writer in the country. Covers everything for The Athletic. Joins us courtesy of the Uma Guest Line. We do it with Marcus every week. What's up, bro? What's going on, Marcus?
What up, Marcus?
I was just sitting there thinking, like, why am I talking to y'all on Monday? It ain't Friday. Then I remembered.
Yeah, then you remember what happened Friday, huh? Yeah.
My bad. I was like,
okay.
wait a second.
What happened Friday, Marcus?
What happened Friday?
You got Warriors preseason, right?
Yeah, Warriors preseason. Yeah, that's exactly what it was.
Yeah, right.
Oh, sure. Okay.
Yeah. Just gave him the answer. Yeah, that's what it was.
Yeah,
I was
for sure.
so struggling finding one, too. I was like...
Dude, the NBA season opens tomorrow. Warriors open tomorrow in LA and then Thursday back at home. I mean, the goal is clear. It's interesting opening a season with a team where the one and only thing that will be successful is a championship, but it's what they've invested in. I mean, how good do you feel about their chances? What's a path look like?
I don't know. I feel like that's a setup. I don't know that the goal is a championship now.
Why not?
The goal, but because like they're not that good. You know what I'm saying? They're not like just go win a championship. Like they need to get they're like every other team essentially. Look at Oklahoma City. Right? They've been championship credible for a few years.
Sure.
But they went home in the second round last year, right? Like they lost to Dallas. They got pushed to 7 2 times by Denver and then in the finals by Indiana, right? Like there's a process to win a championship. So I feel like they feel like they're in a mix and we could see. I know last year with Jimmy, they looked like they were in the mix. Could they beat Oklahoma City? Like we didn't get to find out. But I do think, like, if they make the West Finals and they lose to Oklahoma City, like, it's not a failure. They've just made the progress, right? They went from not making the playoffs to making the second round to making the West Finals, and they've got to do this in this window. So if it takes next year, then another trade to get the team right, get close, get in the mix, make a move, get a player to come, and then you win, and Steph's last year, and then you walk off to the sunset, and, after he tells me exclusively that he's retiring after the championship, then I feel like this season was a success, right? I don't think there's, like, championship now or bust, but this time that you have with Steph, you got to be pushing for a championship.
So are you saying we're not going to have a good gauge of this team until January 16 when they're, when
they trade Kuminga?
Yeah, exactly.
I do think you'll get a better view, but I don't think we'll know anything until they get to the playoffs. And if they don't, then that's kind of like the precursor to like they weren't going to do anything in the playoffs, right? If they end up playing team, it's like, you weren't going to do anything in the playoffs. But they could play very well and get a 4 seed and then get to the playoffs and then run into the issue, which is they're older. Like, how hard did it take for them to get there? Like, on a game, in a series, you got to give the Warriors a chance. But as we saw, like, one hamstring, that was it. It's over. They were done. So the question isn't at their peak, can they compete for a championship? The question is, can they be at this stage of their careers and fulfill all that the grind takes? Right, so this is going to be a question about Kuminga and Moody and Podziemski, just like it was a question about Otto Porter, Jordan Poole, Nemanja Bjelica. Like, that's what the difference. So when we get to the playoffs and we see that, then we can know, okay, what do they need? But I do feel like the best of the Warriors, they've shown they can compete with you. They can also lose to you too, right? Which is why they found themselves in a Game 7 against Houston.
So do you feel better about them right now as opposed to this time a year ago? Like, we know how they started. They were 12-3. They looked good, and then reality started to set in. They needed to trade for Jimmy Butler. But do you have more faith in this team right now as they're constructed as opposed to last year where they needed a big trade to contend for a championship?
Yeah, even when they went 12-3, like, I don't know. That kind of caught me off guard because I was at camp, and maybe it's possible I was enjoying Turtle Bay too much, right? To like really evaluate the team.
Okay.
we were in Hawaii.
Yeah, right.
They ain't that good. Let's hit this beach, right? Like it was like they're trying to sell me on Buddy Hield and Kyle Anderson. It's like, okay. Then they started 12-3, and I'm like, wait a second, hold on now.
Like, they're deep.
And then obviously, right. And then obviously, like the wheels fell off. But I feel better about them now because they have, like Steph has a Robin, right? He's got a guy next to him. He's got somebody they can lean on. He's got a factor, right? And the best part about Jimmy is it's counter to how Steph plays, so they can switch up their style, and I think that's important. So I feel better about it because you're not praying, you know what I'm saying, that Jonathan Kuminga is your number 2 or that somehow Brandon Podziemski can carry you. Now it's like, nah, you know who your top 3-4 players are, and it's about getting the rest of them up. That to me is just a better situation to be in.
Talking to Marcus Thompson on the Uma Guest Line. Warriors open tomorrow, and then the home opener on Thursday against who comes on Thursday?
Nuggets.
Oh, it's the Nuggets on Thursday. It's Lakers tomorrow, Denver Thursday. We've got our Warrior Roundtable on Thursday out at Harmonic Brewing outside of Chase Center in Thrive City from 3 until 5. Come on by and say what's up. I know you're saying like nothing, like you're not thinking championship now, or you're not talking championship or bust in this moment. But if they are to win a championship and they're to compete for one with players at this age in their career, what does that look like when you deconstruct it? What's the first thing that has to happen? Is it top 4 seed? Like, is that what you aim for when you're on that path?
I mean, yeah, not really, just because like the Warriors are different in that way where they're, generally speaking, I think once they haven't done it, but they're gonna go get a road game. So I don't know that that's a thing. I mean, first off, the thing that has to happen obviously is health, right?
Yeah.
But if you just presume that, Steph has to be amazing, and that requires other guys punishing the teams for everybody trying to prevent Steph from being amazing. But he's got to figure out a way. They've got to figure out a way to make sure Steph is insane, right? Like MVP caliber. I think that has to happen. Now, not over the course of a season, but by the time he gets to the playoffs, like Steph needs to be Steph. And we already saw like what happens when Steph is Steph, right? Like it's still a problem. Somebody's got to make a tremendous leap right now. If you just say, all right, this is your team, somebody's got to make a big leap. And the smart money is on Podziemski, but somebody's got to become one of them guys. You want to win a championship? If you just look at the teams that won it, some other player who are outside of the star group, like elevated to another level, right? Whether it was Derek White from Boston, you know, Christian Braun came out of nowhere. Remember, like it was just insane. We didn't know about Jalen Williams, and he was incredible in the postseason. So, who's going to be that player for them that really kind of takes a new level? You know, that to me is the issue. And they've got some young guys, but they're all like good enough for you to think it's possible, but they ain't done it yet, so it might not be. Right? It's not like Wemby in his second year. We're like, man, watch his third. This is more like I could possibly see it, but then I could also see it not happening. That's kind of the strange space the Warriors are in. There's no definitive. When this guy gets good, we're gonna be nice. They're like, I hope he gets good. Maybe he can, but if it don't happen, you got to go find somebody.
Talking to Marcus Thompson on the Uma Guest Line. So, how long until Bob Myers is back in the front office somewhere?
Oh, he ain't doing. He. This is it.
You think so?
This gig is cush, man. This is a good gig.
Well, yeah, like Bob Myers left because he got tired of that mess. Right?
Yeah,
like, he ain't. I remember talking to him. I've talked to him a couple of times, like since he left, and just expect like the first time it was more like, you know, he was wiping the sweat off his brow, right? And he's like, "I'm out of here," you know. That was like when you out of it. You know what I'm saying? When you're out of it, you looking back like, man, that was crazy, right?
Yeah, that was wild. Yeah, that's right.
Then you get going like, hey man, what you are you gonna do something? Nah, you know, I'm still pretty good. Like family's good. And then I think I ran into him at the finals, and I'm like, okay, now there's confetti falling on your shoulders. You want to go back in, bro, there was nothing about his face in the respect that said he wanted back. Like, nothing.
Yeah.
It was not like, a little bit. He was like, yeah, nah, I'm good. Like, this is great. And now he just got, like, a billionaire to say, hey, man, how about you run all of my front offices?
Yeah.
like this is the deal that makes him okay not take another deal. I do feel like at some point somebody like a Phoenix or probably a Philadelphia, that's probably why he got this, right?
Right, yeah.
76. Somebody's gonna say, hey, let me make you an offer you can't refuse, right? And then even Bob Myers got to be like, all right, I'm gonna get back in because this number is insane. This feels like they tried to get him, but it's like, you know what? I got something better. I just want you to oversee the Bob Myers on each of these principles, right? And we're going to pay you an insane amount of money, probably give you a piece of ownership and all that. To me, this makes it so he doesn't have to go like work for Matt Ishby or something.
Yeah, to me, this is like, I mean, if at some point he wants to have a Jerry West role, I think he can have that anywhere he wants, to just go be an advisor to somebody.
Yeah.
But at this point, I'm with you. I'm like, he's young enough to do whatever he wants, and if this is the role he's got figures in racing now. He's got soccer teams. He's got NFL and basketball. Like, I don't know why he'd ever go back. He's going to go to the Hall of Fame at some point.
I mean, this is like the path to the presidency, huh? Right?
Yeah, right. Yeah.
I feel like this so many windows that he's in now that. He did the NBA, then he got a foot in the door with the NFL, was working with the Commanders, right?
Right, yeah.
You could see, like, Bob is just that type of guy anyway. I think part of it is he doesn't know what he wants to do. He's just going to try things until he finds the thing that makes him happy. But I do know he doesn't want to just hop into a front office again. Because, I mean, the truth of the matter is, like, no matter how much money that is or how much they pay you, like, the schedule is awful. Like, it's brutal, right? Like, it's terrible. And also, you answering to somebody. And generally, like, there's very few owners who like, no, I got this. Like, we ran Cohan out of town because that dude didn't run the show. Like, you got to be a present owner. You got to be involved. Like, it's $30 billion on the line or whatever. Like, hey, you in the mix. So then you got to answer that. So you got to pick the right owner. And you just don't know that, so you in the mix. And I do think Joe was a great owner, right? Joe was in the mix. Like, he's a very valuable owner. He's competent. They win. That's what you want out of an owner. So, like, to me, that's a sign. Like, this really ain't for him anymore.
Let me ask you this, then. You said something interesting. You said that's like the path to the president. What about path to commissioner of basketball?
I don't know if NASCAR gets you there, but.
I don't know if NASCAR gets you there either, but I'm saying, like, these roles, like, outside of the sport itself, where he's been an agent, he's been an executive, like, it's not crazy.
Yeah. No, I do think he gets, like, it develops him this kind of, like, a larger cachet than, like, Warriors.
It's a bigger scope, right.
Yeah, like, over time, he's definitely got the, that kind of ability to, that Adam Silver kind of swag and, like that cachet that allows him to exist between the owners and the players.
And he was an agent, and then he was an executive. Yeah. I mean, he's got it. And you're right, to do this in other sports and to be a part of other front offices or something like that. That would be. I don't know.
That's interesting.
Who knows? Who knows the path? And I'm talking like way down the road. Who knows? But it's not. It's not unprecedented.
Commissioner NFL. I think you commissioner NFL.
Oh, dude.
No, I don't know about that.
Pay the most money.
If Goodell's smart, if he knows what's good for him, I mean, he stopped being the most hated guy in football or in pro sports as a commissioner a while back. He got real quiet. Now they're printing money, and he's making $50 a year.
Yep.
Yeah, that's what I thought. It was like, I knew it was up there like 50.
He ain't going. He's not going anywhere.
No.
He ain't going anywhere, bro. He ain't doing that.
I mean, eventually, he's gonna probably want like Mark Davis and stuff. Leave him alone, right?
Nah, bro. He was standing in his garage next to a bowl full of M&Ms or a jar of M&Ms doing the draft. He's not going anywhere for $50 million.
Bro,
he's cool.
I'm just saying for now, but 20 years. Like
I don't know, man. I don't know.
Bob's still young. You know what I'm saying? Bob's still young. He can wait him out. You wait out, by then it'll be like $80 million. Wait him out.
Maybe, as Gary Radnich used to say, like before he left here, if you could do what I'm doing, make what I'm making, why would you ever leave? I mean, that was kind of the deal. I was like, yeah, I don't know why you wouldn't, why you'd stop. So
I feel you on that. I mean, Tim Kawakami left me, so that's what I said to him.
Marcus Thompson, the voice you hear, best sports writer in the country. Marcus, I guess we'll talk to you Friday, maybe, huh?
I mean, yes. I'm going to say yes. I'm going to make this verbal commitment right now.
Well, they're playing Portland on Friday. Are you going to Portland, or is it
I'm not going to Portland.
All right, so then it should be no issue then.
Oh, no. On the road is better.
Yeah, exactly.
No, so he's not going, so it's going to be harder.
Yeah, perfect. Oh.
No. Hey, I'm like, what's below a Lannister? You know,
like right below a Lannister?
Lannister
always pays their debts. I don't know. I don't know if there's anybody quite that high. Why do they always have so many debts is my question.
I'm going to be like, I'm a Thompson. I'll pay 90% of my debt. There you go.
I mean, debt paid. You've done it. I mean, you've paid the debt here.
Yeah.
So, and
So I'll be there Friday. 90% of the time, I'm going to be there.
You better. You know how Hola rose. You better. All right, Marcus. We'll talk to you later, bro.
That is not okay.
All right, bro. All right, well, I got to get out of here before I get in trouble. All right, Marcus, we'll talk to you Friday. Marcus Thompson, best sports writer in the country, joins us on the Hoover guest line.
Oh, man.
I'm the bad guy.
So Bob Myers as NBA commissioner. I didn't think about that one.
It's not an unprecedented thought because you'd think, like, well, he has ties to a team. Like, dude, it's all about what the owners would do. And baseball elected the owner of the Brewers to be the commissioner.
Yeah.
Bud Selig, like, I mean, one of the slimiest dudes. Then they put his ass in the Hall of Fame, too.
But that's the thing. Bob is too much of a good guy to be commissioner of a league.
That's right. Maybe his morals would keep him away from it.
And also, to be frank, I love Bob. His State of the Union press conferences would go on for hours because the man does not know how to stop talking.
Well, this was really more about basketball is a much different culture in who their commissioner is, and they went. I mean, the players really want somebody that they can like.
Yeah.
You know, there's no player in the league that was in the league when Goodell became commissioner.
Right.
And Goodell has been in the NFL league offices for like 20 years.
Rodgers, I guess.
Rodgers, maybe.
Yeah.
When did Goodell become commissioner?
2006.
So the year Rodgers was drafted?
The year after.
Was he a deputy before that, the deputy commissioner?
I don't know what his job was.
He's been in the NFL league offices for like 30 years.
Has he been commissioner longer than Tagliabue's been?
He's been there for a long time. My buddy...
Yes, coming up on 20 years.
My buddy Matt, he passed away last year. He's
did he really?
Used to work with Goodell.
I met him at Red Jack.
Yeah, dude. That was a good dude. He worked with Goodell for years. He said it was so funny. Goodell was the nicest guy ever. They all loved him. Goodell knew everybody's name, and he did like a bunch of marketing stuff. They're like, he had another gig. But he's like, we never would have thought he would have become the commissioner.
Wow.
But
yeah, he's doing a solid. I mean, the bottom line to be a commissioner is just do what the owners tell you to do.
Yeah, they cut your check, and why would you ever stop at $50 million a year?
So when the
$40 million a year?
when the other owners tell you you got to get rid of Tom Brady and suspend him, Robert Kraft will be upset, but you're just doing what the other owners want you to do.
You got 31 other guys who are patting you on the back.
Exactly.
We'll take a quick break. When we come on back, we will put the show to bed before Larry Krueger joins you, coming up with Niners Nightly at the top of the hour. At 6 o'clock, it's Krueger, and then at 7, you get Seahawks and Texans. You got MLB over on Game 7 over on 1050 right now. More to come on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
The sports leader knows you love the 49ers, which is why it's Diners Nightly immediately following Dirty Work.
Yes, Mr. Krieger. Yeah.
Lawrence will take you right up to NFL action as the Texans square off against the Seahawks right here at 7 p.m. on the Sports Leader. Hey, Houston, you want to do us all a favor and get a win? Cool. Okay.
time for dirty work to put the show to bed.
Are you crazy? I don't need a bed.
On the sports leader.
Now you will go to sleep, or I will put you to sleep.
Dirty work on a Monday, putting the show to bed here Monday evening. Adam Copeland, Depop, Tim Webb. Fun show today on a Monday following a Niner victory, 20-10 over the Atlanta Falcons. They're 5-2. As I just watched the Buccaneers scamper into the end zone for a touchdown on one of two Monday Night Football games. If the extra point's good, that'll make it 14-10. See if they go for two.
I would go for two.
Make it 14-11.
Yeah, why not?
That was Tez Johnson with that big touchdown against the Niners.
Oh, yeah. The guy thought that he was getting MVP chance.
Right. And it looks like they're keeping the offense on the field. They're going to go for two. 14,
smart move, Todd Bowles.
11 is what that would make it. And it'd be a 3-point game in the third quarter, Lions and Buccaneers. Game 7 right now over on 1050, Seattle at Toronto. 1-1 top of the third. The first ever Game 7 in Mariners franchise history.
Nice. What do you think?
Terrifying, dude. Terrifying. I don't feel bad for both these franchises, and yet I'm envious.
Does either of these teams have a chance of beating the Dodgers?
Yeah, it's baseball. Do I feel good about that chance? No.
Okay.
No.
Well, that's what I was really asking.
Not at all. It's terrible. I don't want to get into this on the way out because it's frustrating.
I get it.
Again.
But you can't deny that Ohtani had the best performance.
It was the greatest game anybody's ever played. And I know people are saying, no, it's not, because I saw Anthony Garcia was upset about it, saying, no, you can't call it that because it wasn't they swept and they were up big. It would be impossible to hit 3 homers in a game and strike out 10 over 6 shutout if you weren't up big.
Yeah.
By the nature of it, the smallest you'd be up would be 3-0.
I hate to be hyperbolic because I never want to live in the moment of something like so quickly, but yeah, that's the greatest performance I've ever seen.
There are like football games that people will point to or like performances that you can go, yeah, this guy doing this in this game. You know that might be this best game ever, sack-wise. Yeah. There's no one game in baseball history that anybody says that's the greatest game ever played because they're two different sides of the coin.
Exactly.
You can say that's the greatest game ever pitched. Matt Cain's perfect game's up there.
Right.
You can say that's the best hitting performance ever. Nick Kurtz and Sean Green. But nobody's ever done both. Nobody's ever done it in a pennant-winning game either.
You got breaking news?
What do you got, Tim?
Julio Rodriguez just hit a solo homer. The Mariners are up 2-1 now in the top of the third.
Well, there you go.
How about that? We're going to delay behind you, Tim, so we haven't seen it yet. All right, let's get out of here and let Kruger take it. Tim, you got a note to self for us?
Note to self.
Yes, I do. Note to self. The 49ers defense, just like life, found a way.
There you go. Found a way.
Found a way. I wrote that one down, too. Found a way. What you got?
Note to self.
A sad note to self. Rest in peace to Doug Martin. Only 36 years old, former Buccaneer and Raider. I'll always remember him having that fantastic game against the Raiders where he rushed for over 200 yards and 4 touchdowns. Oakland native. The details of his death are shady to say the least, but yeah, awful story. Rest in peace to Doug Martin.
Yeah, tough one. Tough way to leave us tonight, dude. Krug's like, thanks for the lead.
Sorry.
Krug's like, Jesus, dude, thanks. Positive thought of the day. I'll leave you with this one. Note to self. Congratulations to my dad, who on Saturday was inducted into the Bay Area Radio Hall of Fame. So pretty cool. But are both our dads in?
Yes.
Your dad's in the Bay Area Radio
Did your
Hall of
dad
Fame?
actually attend the ceremony?
My dad did because he shot me a photo of like the little plaque.
Great job,
So
brother.
congrats to my dad for getting into the Bay Area Radio
Mine did not.
Hall of Fame. I couldn't make it. I had to go watch a preseason matchup.
Yes.
All right, that's going to do it for Dirty Work. Thanks to our guests today, Matt Mayoko, Todd Husack, and, of course, Marcus Thompson. It's all available, thesportsleader.com and the The Sports Leader app. Tomorrow morning, 9:30, 49er Player of the Week, Christian McCaffrey joins Murph and Marcus. Make sure you stop by to hear McCaffrey tomorrow at 9:30. We'll talk to Andrew Luck, Susan Slusser, and
Gary St. Jean.
Gary St. Jean tomorrow as the Warriors tip off the 2025-26 season. And for anybody who needs to hear it, it gets easier. Every day it gets a little easier. You just got to do it every day. That's the dirty work, but it does get easier. You're listening to KNBR and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station. Niners Nightly with Larry Kruger starts right now.
I'm a fool to do your dirty work. Go, yeah. I don't want to do your dirty work no more.
It's time to bring the 49ers to the forefront.
It's go time. This is the best team that they can put on the field this year.
Welcome to Niners Nightly.
You guys are going to hear it. The latest from the locker room, the latest from the podium, the latest scuttle from the players.
On your proud home of 49ers football.
Touchdown!
KNBR, the sports leader. Your faithful fix with your host, Larry Krueger, begins.
Take phone calls. We'll talk Niners for a full hour. Fired up. Really excited.
Now.
And away we go. Welcome to Niners Nightly. Larry Krueger back with you on a Monday night after a good 49er win. The Niners are 5-2. They got a good win over the Falcons last night. Got a chance to rewatch the game today. And it was a win the second time around as well. And it was fun to watch. So we got a great hour for you. We normally we go guest heavy. Try to bring you at least somebody from whoever the Niners are playing that week. You know, whether it was Tampa a few weeks ago or Atlanta last week. We had David Archer on. We had a guy from Tampa on. We'll have somebody on from Houston later in the week, I'm sure, and talk a little bit about the Texans and kind of check in on them. The behind enemy lines look, but it's Niners Nightly, and we want to devote the hour tonight to you guys, to your phone calls. If you want to chime in, 808 KNBR is the number. How do you feel? How do you feel if you're a 49er fan about a lot of things? How do you feel about 5-2? How do you feel about Mac Jones? How do you feel about Christian McCaffrey? How do you feel about Bryce Huff? How you feeling about Robert Saleh? How do you feel? But the first question I want to get into is, you know, we're 7 weeks into this thing. We get the Monday night doubleheader tonight. By the way, Lions on top 14-9. They jumped out 14-0. It's now 14-9. Goff's got the ball, and the Lions are driving, looks like third quarter. Yeah, this game started early. So the Lions and the Bucks going in that one, and then you've got the Texans playing in Seattle. So you can do a little scouting report on the Texans tonight and take a look at the Seahawks and what they look like. I'm eager to see what the Texans look like. They look bad at the start of the year, but they're looking better. But right now, if I just said to you, my kid said to me today, hey, you know, Dad, who do you think's the best team in the league? I'm like, you know what? It's a week-to-week conversation. You know, I mean, if you had asked me at the beginning of the year, would have said Eagles. You know, the Eagles are the best team. But now the Eagles have lost, 2 out of 3, and they look fallible. I really liked Washington coming into the year. They're not even 500 right now. They're 3-4. Thought Green Bay looked good, but then there's something amiss. Something's not right with Green Bay. They struggled with Arizona. They barely beat the Cardinals this weekend. Green Bay's 4-1-1. I might say Detroit, if you just said, who's the best team, but Detroit's backup quarterback's Kyle Allen, and I just kind of think that they're one Goff injury away from Goff looks great, and they look great, but they got no backup. I mean, they're not the Niners. They don't have Mac Jones sitting there. If Goff goes out, it's Kyle Allen time, and they're not going to win. They're not going to win games with Kyle Allen, in my opinion. Maybe Kyle Allen's way better than I think. Tampa looked good. They're 5-1, and they're doing it with Baker Mayfield, Todd Bowles, and just a mash unit O-line, beat up receivers. I don't know if you guys saw the play tonight. Mike Evans carted off tonight. Shoulder injury, maybe a concussion as well. And so he's not, he's out for the game. Detroit's getting ready to score here as well to go up 21-9. So it looks like Detroit's in hand. But if I said to you right now, and we want to take your calls, 808 KNBR, who is the best team in the NFL 7 weeks in? Who's the best team? Right now, if I say to you, I'm going to give you a $100 bill, and you can put it on anybody to win Super Bowl 60 right here at Levi's. Who are you going to put it on? Like if you had told me at the beginning of the year, I went with the Niners and the Chargers. Okay. Partially just out of, if I'm going to cover the Niners, touchdown Detroit, Gibbs. If I'm going to cover the Niners every day, I got to feel like I'm covering a team that's potentially going to win it all. Just for my own enthusiasm. So I had the Niners, but I really believe in the Chargers. And I kind of thought, the symmetry of last time the Niners actually got to a Super Bowl that they won was January 95. Steve Young, Jerry Rice, Deion Sanders, Incredible Niner team, one of the greatest teams of all time, one of the most exciting teams of all time. Arguably the greatest perimeter players in history on the same team. The greatest corner, maybe Dion. The greatest receiver, undoubtedly, is Rice. They were on the same team. I mean, at the apex of their careers. I mean, it was an amazing year. Thank you, Carmen Policy. If you're driving around Napa somewhere, Carmen, we love you for 94. But don't keep listening, Carmen, because I'm going to talk about the Haley trade later on. But who is the best team in the league right now? It is truly a week-to-week proposition. But where do you put the 49ers in that mix? 808 KNBR is the number. I mean, can we be as simplistic as the Falcons toyed with Josh Allen and the Buffalo Bills, who are one of the best teams in football, and then the Niners just allowed that same Falcon team to score only 10 points and beat them? So if the Falcons are better than the Bills and the Niners are better than the Falcons, are the Niners better than the Bills? If A, then B. If B, then C. If I always hated that. Whatever that was, grouping, whatever you want to call, whatever that was in math, where you, if A, then B, if B, then I hated that. Once we got to that, I was like, let me check out. That's enough. Thank you. Thanks for the math lesson, but I'm going to take it from here. But 808 KNBR, who do you have right now? The Rams look good in London this weekend. Rams are 5-2. Stafford, killer defense. They look pretty good. Seattle, when Seattle's rolling, they look really good. JSN, Darnold, some good weapons, improved offensive line, really good defense, really good defensive coach. Are they the best team? And where do you put the Niners? At 5-2. I kind of look at it this way. I don't think the Niners are the best team in the NFL, but I don't think the Niners would fear playing any team in the NFL, including all of the best teams in the NFC on the road. Do I think the 49ers are the best team in the NFC? No, but if the Niners had to go to Philly, do I think they could beat them in the playoffs? Yeah, I do. If the Niners had to go to Washington, could they beat the Commanders in the play? Yes, no doubt. If the Niners had to go to Green Bay, could they win it? Yes, they could win at Lambeau, where Green Bay, by the way, is 3-0 this year. Could they beat Detroit in Detroit? Yes, they could win at Ford Field. Could they beat Tampa in Tampa? They just lost there, but no doubt they could win there. Could they beat the Rams in L.A.? They've already done it. Can they beat the Seahawks in Seattle? They've already done it. So I think I don't, it's hard to say. It's a week-to-week league. You're as good as you played this week. If the 49ers can't run the ball, whether it's Mac Jones, Brock Purdy, it's not going to matter. If you can't run the ball if you're the 49ers, you can't run the ball, you're not really in it. But if they turn the corner and now they can run the ball, then they're absolutely in it. They're absolutely in it. And they got a real shot. So 808 KNBR, People's Marks in Seaside, Martin's in the city. 808 KNBR, the number. We're going to devote this hour not to, a bunch of guests, but your phone calls at 808 KNBR. Couple questions I want you to answer. One is, who's the best team in the NFL right now? And is it the Niners? Or is that crazy talk? Second question, what do you want to do at quarterback? Brock Purdy said, or Kyle Shanahan said today at his presser that Brock Purdy starting on Sunday in Houston against the Texans would be considered a reach. That was the eye-opener, I thought, of the presser. But that, and by the way, there's always another great player that's hurt, and it's Bryce Huff. I always want to call him Aubrey Huff. It's Bryce Huff. Much different Huff. It's amazing how much we love Aubrey Huff until we didn't. But Brock Purdy, do you want to see Brock Purdy next week against Houston? Because I think when the Niners didn't put Brock on IR, I think the plan was to try to get him out there pretty soon, probably by this date, probably by Houston. Do you want to put him back out there with turf toe, though, on AstroTurf? And it sounds like he could, make the injury worse pretty easily. And I know it's got to be a frustrating thing. I feel so bad for Brock Purdy. I mean, people would say, "Oh, don't feel that bad for him. He's got $250 million and whatever." Yeah, no, I get it. But I feel so bad for him because he would die to be out there. Brock Purdy's a tough guy. Brock Purdy wants to be out there leading his team. Brock Purdy desperately wants to be out there. And now that he's got making all this cash, he really wants to be out there. He wants to show everybody, I'm the same guy I've always been. I'm going to lead this group. And he's just got the kind of injury that's just debilitating and it's impossible to shake. And it's just awful. Just an awful, unshakable, recurring type situation that could be career threatening. I mean, it's just the worst of all worlds. So what do you want to do? What do you do if Kyle Shanahan was sitting right here and this was the Kyle Shanahan show? Niners Nightly, we turned it into Niners Nightly into the Kyle Shanahan show. And Kyle was here, and you could all call up at 808 KNBR and say, Kyle, you ought to do this with Brock. Kyle, you ought to do this with Mac. What do you do? What do you do? You go back to Purdy? He's the starting quarterback. Or do you stay with Mac Jones? I say ride the hot hand. Ride the hot hand. I know it's killing Brock Purdy. And if you ask me to assess it, I don't know the pressure points and who's telling what, who's dictating what, but I'm telling you what I think. This is what I think is going on. He hurt the toe. They sat him out. They gave him an option to come back against Jacksonville. He took it. He didn't play well. And now I think he wants to play and they don't want him to play. That would be my guess. That he wants to get out there, pain and all. He wants to get out on the field and lead his troops. That's who he is. And they're like, no, we don't. We want you to get fully healthy. We want to ride with Mac and let you get fully healthy. If there's any disagreement between Brock and the front office, that would be my guess. That Brock wants to get out there, and now after watching him against Jacksonville, seeing him in practice, and I'll tell you, I'm at practice. I'm not there for all of it. I'm there for some of it. What I see, he doesn't look good. And I'm not trying to start anything, stir the pot, whatever. I'm just telling you what I see, and I'm being honest. He doesn't look good. His arm strength doesn't look the same. He's not driving the ball down the field. His accuracy is a little bit off. He's leaving passes high. There's not a lot of zip on the balls to the sideline. He doesn't look good. He's not looking good. So that would be my concern. Is I'd ride with Mac. I'd ride with the hot hand. You got a quarterback that's 4-1 that's playing well. Now you get your run game going. Run the ball. Run the ball for a few weeks. And then that's the other question. Are the Niners on the verge of running CMC into the ground? I was looking at the touches. Guys, this is ridiculous. If I told you the touches, you'd be shocked. I wrote it down. He has 132 carries and 53 receptions. He has 185 touches so far. He's on pace for 450. 450 touches. That's way, way too many. So if you got a thought on that, 808 KNBR. But let's go to the lines. Let's go to the phone lines. 808 KNBR is the number. Who's the best team in the NFL? Is it the Niners? And what do you want to do at quarterback? You got one guy who's hurt. You got another guy who's 4-1. You paid the guy who's your number 2 right now, big money. But your number 1 was the higher draft choice. What do you do? What do you do? 808 KNBR. Let's go to the lines. Let's take Mark in Seaside who wants to talk Niners. Mark, you're on the Sports Leader.
Oh, hi, Larry. Thanks for taking my call.
Sure.
To answer your question, and then I have a question for you. Right now, I would say at this very moment, Tampa Bay is probably the best team in football. But
Okay.
it's all kind of a silly
murky
conversation because the way the league-wide injury thing is going, anything could in 5 weeks it could be a team that you would have never even thought would make the playoffs ending up in the Super Bowl. So you want talk about parity. I mean, so there's that issue. And then as far as I guess the question I had for you, what you just I was going to ask you, and then you brought it up about second half last night. I was very impressed with the win, but CMC, like I didn't see one single reception by one of our receivers. You're right. They're going to run him into the ground. They got to get the receivers going. And I want to know what you think about that and what they can do about that. And then as far as Brock Purdy, it's not all about Brock, man. It's about the team. And Mac Jones is killing it. And I 100%, I would keep Brock out till at least after the bye, at least.
Yeah. No, I think it's a great game plan. The initial prognosis on Brock was he's got turf toe. He's going to miss 2 to 6 weeks. He missed 2. He came back, and it wasn't enough. He exacerbated it. It's worse. But I mean, I feel for the guy because it's on one hand, it's like, really you're sitting out with a toe injury. But anybody who knows the nature of that injury knows that it's a crushing injury. And it's debilitating.
I've had a big toe injury. It sounds like it wouldn't be anything. It's
right.
You can't do anything with a screwed up toe. And what 320-pound guys are landing on him, and he's got an injured toe. He can't move. It hurts. He's not throwing right. I don't know how it's even to be honest with you, a conversation. Mac Jones is doing great, and there's a lot of season left. They're not even half over yet. So I, without a doubt, would keep him out at least till after the bye.
As far as your question about the receivers, they just got to figure this out. They got Juwan Jennings. They've got Kendrick Bourne. They got DeMarcus Robinson. They'll get Pearsall back. Maybe Ayuk comes back, late November. And they just, they've obviously Kittle is back now, but Kittle's back. That's another interesting thing. Kittle was back, but he was only targeted twice, and he was a non-factor. He didn't catch a single pass, and nobody even talks about this, but Kittle supposedly tore the hamstring. So if he tore the hamstring, what's his condition then? Does that mean he can't really air it out speed-wise?
Yeah,
because it's like that would be Mike, because we know he's the world's best blocker at tight end, so he's kind of another offensive tackle, and they would and obviously yesterday with him. I got a stat. Listen to this. This is the most amazing stat I think I've read all last night. When Kittle was on the field yesterday, the 49ers ran 28 times for 151 yards. 2 touchdowns, and they gained 1.4 yards before contact. When Kittle was not on the field, the 49ers ran 6 times for 12 total yards, so 2 yards a carry, and they were minus 2.1 yards per contact on average per carry, before contact on average. So they went from 1.4. So it's basically it's a 3.5 yard difference between when CMC's getting hit when Kittle's on the field and not on the field. I mean, that's huge. That just shows how dominant he is as a blocker. So maybe they chose him. Maybe they said to him, hey, you can't run. We'll put you out there as a blocker. We won't throw you the ball. If you can just help us we got to get our run game going. I mean, Kyle, I think, was just freaking adamant about it this week. It's like, enough of us not being able to run the ball. We got to run the ball. George, we need you out there. Well, the hamstring's not right. Okay, you don't have to run. We'll use you as a blocker. We'll throw you a couple passes all day just to keep him honest. Okay, I'm game. I don't know. I'm not saying I don't know. I unfortunately I didn't ask that question to Kittle. I should have asked him. You tore the hamstring. How much mobility do you? What percentage of your mobility do you have at your disposal now with the torn hamstring? Because we don't really have the answer to that question. And I've never torn a hamstring that I know of. I mean, I popped one time running down the first base line in a softball game. I guess maybe that. I don't think it was torn, but it definitely popped, made a noise. But I don't remember. It's me. I'm not a receiver. I don't have to run fast. You know what I mean? It's not a big deal. But when you tear your hamstring, what's next? You know what I mean? I mean, can he run routes? Can he? I don't know.
Yeah, I think it was great watching him he's the kind of guy who I think just loves blocking. He just loves going out and taking guys out. It's great to watch him. He's probably my favorite player. But I wanted, on the other note, and I'll let you go here.
Yeah.
I just wanted to see what you thought about somebody kicking around the idea of before the trade deadline, since he's going to be. I think you were talking about it last week. Jennings' contract is going to be up. He's disgruntled anyway. What if you got a really, really top-notch stud before the deadline out of a trade with Ayuk?
I right as you were saying the position, I think it zipped out. I didn't hear it. What, a top flight what?
Oh, what if they were able to get a pass rusher, trading Ayuk? Not Ayuk. I'm sorry, Jennings. And I don't know who's available or who they'd be able to get. But is that something you think could be a possibility?
Well, I mean, you don't see a lot of player-for-player trades, just period. For lots of reasons. But I mean, there was rumors last week about the New York Giants, who lost Malik Neighbors for the year and have Jackson Dart. They're trying to develop him, maybe having interest in JJ in a trade. And of course, immediately everybody's throwing out, trade him to the Giants for Kayvon Thibodeau. If I could make that trade, I would make that trade, because you do have receivers that you have receiver depth that you don't have at defensive end. I mean, you're down now Bryce Huff, Nick Bosa, Yatir Gross-Matos. They're down a bunch of defensive ends. So yeah, if I could get a, I mean, especially since JJ, I don't think the Niners are going to sign JJ to an extension. So I think he's just done at the end of the year. I think he's going to go sign somewhere else for his big payday.
Yeah.
And so, if I could find somebody that was willing to give me a pass rusher that I could utilize this year, I would definitely consider it, because of the presence of Bourne. I think Watkins is going to come of age. Yeah, I would do that.
Great. All right. Well, thanks for taking my call, Larry.
Yep. Have a great one. Appreciate your phone call. Opens up a line. 808 KNBR is the number. Let's take one more here, and then we'll take a timeout. Martin's hanging in the city on the Sports Leader. What's up, Martin?
Hey, Larry. It's a gorgeous view tonight. It's an absolutely beautiful look at the city.
Awesome, man. I'm a native, man. I grew up in the Sunset. I love San Francisco, especially how beautiful it can be on certain nights of the year.
Especially in October when it's so clear and still, and the bridge and the city are lit up. It's just
it's amazing, huh?
Anybody else complaining about the fog?
October's awesome. 4th of July. It's going to be fogged in. August is going to be a lot of ground fog, especially in the Sunset. But man, October, it's beautiful.
Yeah. Hey, I was hearing you talk about hey, who's the best team in all this? But and then you were saying, you were reflecting are we the best of this and that? But but if we went over this, to this team, I think we could probably, we could probably beat them. And it's well, what's behind that? I think what's behind that is because it's an awesome team, because of the feeling and the energy and the coaching behind it, the collective thing that these guys are experiencing. Look at all the injuries. Look at all the hits, right? Boom, boom, boom. Yet, there's no drop in rapport. There's no drop in the notion that we're a winning team here, right? And so I think all the other peripheral talk about is so satisfied, is Brock really upset? And I mean, that's all just peripheral stuff on the sideline. Bottom line is, everybody wants to win, and they're coming together. Look what just happened yesterday. What were our expectations as fans? We were like, geez, I don't know, But
I thought they were going to lose. I thought the Falcons were going to come to Levi's, and I did think it would be low scoring, but I thought, their D-line would dominate the Niners' challenged O-line, and that that Bijan would be able to run it, and that CMC would be shut down, and that the Falcons, on the strength of that and that alone, would ride that to a victory. I thought it was very reasonable that game could have been 20-10 Falcons, and instead it was 20-10 Niners.
And we were already feeling kind of bummed about predicting to see the number change to 4-3, and you're like, okay, whatever. But the team shows up. Look at all these sort of new guys that are coming through, right? You have to kind of remember that they're there. They must have kicked butt in college, right? right, to at least get to the pro level, right? And now's their chance. And think about the environment that they're in. Think about the encouragement. Think about the step up of Warner, with a busted foot, but still, they're bringing on the energy. It's the culture. It's the feeling. So if you're going to say who's the best team, I would say our guy because of the energy behind it, because of the capacity and the brilliance to figure stuff out and focus on winning, and people are going to step up. And I would trust in that right now. And going into the next couple of weeks, not so high expectations on the other side of the fence, I would keep driving the train, man. I would keep this. So what you got? A Mac. It's only a controversy. All it that. Let things play out. Let Brock heal. Nobody wants less than 100% Brock. So I say, let's stay in the flow, marching forward, and oh my God, we're 5-2 right now. It's awesome.
Yeah. Oh, and if you were okay, so somebody said to me, okay, if you're going to suggest the Niners might be one of the best teams or the best team, make your argument. And I guess my argument would be this. The Niners are probably as well coached as any team in pro football. I mean, Robert Saleh just held Bijan Robinson to nothing. They just held a pretty good Falcons team that toyed with Buffalo to 10 points. Bijan was averaging 164 yards from scrimmage per game. I think they held him quite about 50 yards under that average. I mean, they really held him down. So Robert Saleh is a hell of a coach. And I think Robert Saleh last night, even though, there's nothing official for months, but I would almost be willing to bet that last night's performance is going to earn Robert Saleh another head coaching job. He became another head coach last night. Somebody saw that. It was national TV. Everybody knows that the 49ers don't have Fred, don't have Nick. And look at that performance. At the beginning of the game, they're like, man, Robert Saleh's got a lot of young kids on this defense. And, by the end of the night, it's like Niners 20, Falcons 10. So I think Robert Saleh is absolutely, he's a great coach. Shanahan is a terrific coach, and he's probably, has a real shot this year at NFL Coach of the Year. So you got Shanahan, terrific coach. You got Saleh and Gus Bradley, terrific coaches. I think Kubiak is a future head coach. He's your OC. You've got some of the best position coaches in pro football on this staff. Chris Forster is an excellent coach. Johnny Holland is an excellent coach. Chris Kasarik is an excellent coach. Bobby Turner. Bobby Turner's like the dean of running back coaches in this league. So there's a lot of good coaches here. If you said what makes the Niners any better than anybody else, I would start right there. I think their coaching staff is second to none. So that's one. I think ESPN did a whole ranking of coaching staffs and ranked the Niners staff third best in the league. I think Minnesota and Kansas City was 1, Minnesota was 2, Niners were 3. So they've got a very respected coaching staff. That's one. They also have 2 quarterbacks that can process and read the field, see the field, and throw with accuracy, and that they can win games with. I mean, some teams don't have one. The Niners have 2. So they got a really, really good coaching staff on both sides of the ball. They got 2 quarterbacks that they can win games with and have won games with. They've got a handful of the league's best players from CMC to Trent to Kittle. And, they've got a lot of good quality young depth. So, it's not like they're the favorite, but the way when the Niners win, they look impressive. They looked impressive in that win last night, especially if you watch the Falcons Bills the week before. So 808 KNBR, best team in football. Who's your nomination for the best team in football? If I was being totally, completely, and utterly objective, okay, who would I give the best team in pro football moniker to? I guess I'd give it to Detroit, but they're not even first place in their own division. They've already lost twice. I'd probably say Detroit. If it was just based on like the last 2 or 3 weeks, I might say Kansas City. Kansas City looks, with Mahomes. You know what the numbers say? Indy. Are the Indianapolis Colts the best team in pro football? The standings say yes. They're 6-1, 4-0 at home, 5-0 inside the conference. Plus 92 point differential, far and away the best point differential in the entire league. Colts are playing well. Colts are unbelievable, really. Lou Anarumo leaves Cincinnati, goes to Indianapolis, and Daniel Jones comes of age after leaving the New York Giants. Who saw that coming? And I've always thought Chris Ballard was a really great GM, but I've heard people suggest that if he didn't do something this year, he was fired. Like, really? You're going to fire Chris Ballard? But there's a lot of people some people believe in the scouting community that he's like the best GM in the league. And yet other people are like, hey, if the Colts don't do something this year, he's done. I was like, really? Chris Ballard is going to be fired? That would shock me. But there you go. 808 KNBR. I'll tell you who looks really good right now. The New England Patriots look really good right now. I love what I've seen from the Patriots. They got a really good young secondary. Vrabel is a terrific coach, and he's way better the second time around. They're rugged. Drake May is improving by leaps and bounds. They got multiple running backs, an improving offensive line. They drafted that monster from LSU in the first round. They're building up their line. They had a really good offseason. Pats are real. How about New England? They're 1-2 at home. They're 4-0 on the road. They're 5-2 on the year, 1-2 at home, 4-0 on the road. The weird NFL. All right, let's take a timeout. 808 KNBR. What do you want to see the Niners do at quarterback? Who is the best team in the NFL 7 weeks in? And we'll talk a little bit more about Christian McCaffrey. I've got a couple thoughts I want to share with you on Bryce Huff. Bryce Huff, unfortunately, the story of the day is that he's got a hamstring. He's going to miss a couple weeks. But I think Bryce Huff is an illustration of what happens when you win and you start feeling yourself. We'll talk about that coming up next. It's Niners Nightly on a Monday. 808 KNBR is the number. Chime in. We'd love to hear from you on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
The sports leader knows you love the 49ers, which is why it's Diners Nightly immediately following Dirty Work.
Yes, Mr. Krieger.
Lawrence will take you right up to NFL action as the Texans square off against the Seahawks right here at 7 p.m. on the sports leader. Hey, Houston, you want to do us all a favor and get a win? Cool. Okay.
Bijan beside Penix, who takes it. Shotgun. Pressure! Ball comes out! Ball comes out! It was Bryce Huff who got to him. 49ers say they got it, and they do! Off the edge, it was number 47, Bugatti Bryce, and the Niners take it away in Atlanta territory.
Turn and burn Bugatti.
I mean, I just think it kind of confirmed the feeling that I think that we all had out there. I mean, guys played really hard. It was a really physical game. Loved how physical we played on teams. Loved how physical we played on offense, and I loved how the guys were running and hitting on defense. It was the type of game we wanted.
Now, back to Niners Nightly with your host, Larry Krueger, on KNBR, the sports leader.
I wish Tim Ryan would just get excited once in a while. I mean, he's just so low key. Everything's so low energy. Could he just get a little fired up once in a while?
Turn and burn Bugatti.
Turn and burn Bugatti. T-Rock. I love me some Papa and Tim Ryan. Of course, we love Guy Haberman on the call, sitting in for Greg, as Greg is getting better, and hopefully he'll be back soon. Greg, if you're out there, we love you, brother. And Guy Haberman, man, you're doing a great job. I mean, let's call it for what it is. Guy Haberman is a great young broadcaster, and it's a tremendous opportunity for him, and he's doing it just right. So, feeling really good about the broadcast team for sure. By the way, that was Bryce Huff pressuring Michael Penix. I don't know if you guys caught these numbers. Michael Penix last night was pressured 11 times on 42 dropbacks. So he was pressured 26.2% of his dropbacks. He took 2 sacks. When he wasn't pressured, he completed 21 of 29 for 241 yards and a touchdown. What's the moral of the story? You need pressure. You got to be able to pressure the other quarterback. Penix is young. He's raw. But, man, if you don't pressure him, he's going to sit back in the pocket and carve you up like a Halloween pumpkin. I was going to say like a Thanksgiving turkey, but we're in October still. Like a Halloween pumpkin, he'll carve you up. 21 of 29 when not pressured for 241 in the touch. He does throw a beautiful ball. There's a guy at South Carolina this year you guys got to check out. His name's Lenora Sellers. I won't try to pretend that any of you guys watch college ball, because college ball is it's obscure. I get it. But this kid Sellers for South Carolina throws lasers. I mean, it's awesome. It's one of the most amazing arms I think I've ever seen. This guy can throw like a 35-yard pass that doesn't get more than like 4 feet off the ground. I mean, it's ridiculous. And one of the most ridiculous laser arms I think I've seen. He's raw and he needs some development, but man, somebody's going to take him really, really high. He could go number 1. I mean, they're saying Fernando Mendoza is going to go number 1, but I don't know. So, to me, Sellers is really, really intriguing. But so is Penix, and he's got a crazy arm. And the Niners pressured him. And now the question is, with no Bugatti, with no Bryce Huff, how do the Niners come up with some pressure? Does this kind of heighten their need for an edge rusher? That question was asked today to Kyle Shanahan. And he's like, well, Shanahan, the one thing about Shanahan is he never gets lured into a conversation that he shouldn't, for the most part. He's now pretty savvy. Like, for example, that kind of a question. Are you more apt to look for a defensive end now that most coaches would be like, yeah. We're down a few guys there, so we're really going to be looking. That's not what you say. That's only what you say if you want to pay more. So you don't say that. You say, no, I think we got guys looking into that, and they'll do their due diligence, and we'll see what's out there. But this doesn't really change our feeling. When in reality, damn right, it changes our feeling. We need somebody who can get some heat on the quarterback. It's like, could you imagine if Kyle had that kind of urgency at the presser? We got to get somebody. All of a sudden, everybody John Lynch calls to make a trade. It's like, John, we said we wanted a third. We actually meant a first and a third. We heard Kyle on the radio this afternoon. He seems somewhat desperate. So you don't want to appear to be desperate. That is the key. I got some thoughts on Bryce Huff I'm going to share with you, but let's go back to the lines. 808 KNBR is the number if you want to chime in on Niners Nightly on a Monday. And Mark is in the city. Wants to talk about Jordan James. What's up, Mark?
Hey, Larry. What have you heard about him? I mean, this is a rookie that they drafted. Are they going to give him a chance, or what do you see?
Well, it's kind of a weird thing. I was not that impressed this summer. He had a couple of days. First of all, his build is exactly what you want from a running back, right? He's thick, he's stout, he's short, he's squatty, he's powerful. You know what I mean? He looks like a running back. So he's got really good receiving skills. So that and he had a couple days this summer where he caught the ball down the field and it looks so natural, and you're like, whoa, wait a second. It's a running back down the field, running patterns, catching the ball. That's impressive. But he hasn't been able to stay healthy. And then, he was out with broken fingers. And I mean, I don't know. I mean, I don't know. I don't know what to say. I mean, I'll say this. I'm skeptical. The Niners have picked a running back in the third round or high rounds, and then they always get somebody late. And it seems like the guy they draft in the early rounds winds up being Trey Sermon or, Ty Davis Price, or it's just Joe Williams. So I'm a little concerned that Jordan James, he didn't have a great 40 time. He doesn't have a great speed, but and he looks like a good receiver, but I'm just not sure what to expect. And it seems like he's far down the chart. The other guy that I'm kind of curious about is Guerendo. It's like, Guerendo is a great receiver. He's not a natural running back, but he's been up and active, I believe. And it's like, what are you going to do? You're going to use this guy? I mean, he runs 4.3. He's 235 pounds, and he runs great routes. Put him out there as a running back and throw him some balls out of the backfield. I mean, he's not a runner. He's not a running back. He can't pick and slide and find the hole. He doesn't have like true running back instincts, but he's the biggest, fastest athlete on the field. I mean, the guy, you could scout this guy from a satellite. I mean, you'd be like, look at this guy. Look how fast he is. Look how big he is. And yet I don't know if they're misusing him or if he's just not, he can't be relied upon. He fumbles. He runs into the back of his blockers. He doesn't show great open field running instincts, but the receiving talent is off the charts. So to me, it seems like Guerendo and Jordan James are running backs that have high level receiving ability that just need some run, that just need some opportunity. The question is, with McCaffrey here and Brian Robinson here, how realistic is it to expect that they're going to get that opportunity? I would say it's probably not likely, at least not for a while. What do you think of him, Mark? Are you excited? Do you like him at Oregon?
I didn't know much about him. I just saw that we drafted him high, so I was wondering, they must have liked him coming out of college. But I'm just wondering what the status was with him and what you thought is going on with him not playing.
Some people feel like he's a perfect fit. Some people feel like he's a perfect fit for Shanahan's scheme because he is a natural receiver. So I've heard that on a couple of fronts. And I've talked to some Oregon people that say that, man, you guys are going to love James. So, sometimes, especially with rookies, sometimes a degree of patience has to be demonstrated, and none of us are good at that. Go ahead, Mark. You got one more for us?
Yeah. On Indianapolis, they are really impressive. They've got that Jonathan Taylor, Alec Price. They got Tyler Warren, who they say might be Rookie of the Year. They're pretty explosive.
They're great. Yeah, I mean, it's amazing that Cincinnati didn't want Lou Anarumo. Really? I mean, Lou Anarumo was a pretty good defensive coordinator, had a pretty good track record, and, now he goes over to join Shane Steichen's staff, and they got some pretty good coaches over there. I mean, they really do. Steichen's a good coach. Jim Bob Cooter is a pretty good offensive coordinator. You got Anarumo as the defensive coordinator. And I mean, there's a lot to like. I mean, on this Indianapolis team. I mean, first of all, I can't believe that Daniel Jones is playing this way. I mean, it's amazing that he's playing this well. But Jonathan Taylor is a blue chip back, right? I mean, he's 4.3 speed. He's 220 pounds. Tyler Warren is a blue chip tight end. He's on the Krug Show KNBR League fantasy team, and he's just been one of the best tight ends in the league immediately and every week. I mean, the guy's good for like 15 fantasy points almost every single week. Then their offensive line is anchored by the best guard of his era in Quentin Nelson, right? So Nelson's a hell of a player. And he's their left guard. He's easily the best left guard in football. And then their receivers, I don't think of their receivers as much. Josh Downs is hurt now, and Doolin's hurt, but they've Alec Pierce from Cincinnati. He's all right. Pittman, he's all right. Adonijah Mitchell from Texas, he's all right. I mean, I don't see their receivers as being much, but somehow Daniel Jones, Jonathan Taylor, and this offense continues to do their thing. They have drafted some good players. Tony Bortolini, the center from Wisconsin, or Tanner Bortolini, has plugged in at center. So they've got a good interior offensive line. Starts there. And then defensively, Anarumo's got some big-time players. I mean, still has Defoe on the front. They drafted Kwity Paye in the first round in 21. They got Grover Stewart, Liatu Latu from UCLA. Ebukam's there. They drafted this kid out of Northwestern, Adetomiwa Adebare, who's just a freak of nature athletically, and he's coming into his own. And then they had an injury at linebacker. They signed Jermaine Pratt, the former Bengal, who played for Anarumo there. Now he comes in and joins the Colts. So, and then they got a really good young secondary. Kenny Moore is one of the best nickel corners in football, and Cam Bynum, was a great player at Cal. He was a great corner at Cal, and then has become one of the best coverage free safeties in pro football. They signed him away from the Minnesota Vikings. Nick Cross is a really good player from Maryland at safety. So they got some guys. It's a pretty good defense on all three levels. So yeah, I mean, nobody banked that the Colts were going to get this kind of performance out of Daniel Jones, but Daniel Jones has been fantastic. Mark, we appreciate the call, man. Have a great night in the city. Mark and I used to shoot buckets out in the sunset back in the day when I was a teenager, and I used to live across from St. Ignatius. I used to go over there and shoot baskets till the sun went down. Mark lived in the neighborhood. He'd come over. We'd talk Warriors. Should they draft Russell Cross or Detlef Schrempf? Mark, always great to talk to Mark. I want to talk about Bryce Huff for a second. Man, the Niners just can't catch a break on this Bryce Huff thing. He's got an injury now, and I just think it's interesting that Bryce Huff was so great last night, and you think, where did the Niners get Bryce Huff? They got him from the Eagles in a trade, and I just think it's interesting that it makes me think of, this is what happens when you win it all. And you start believing your own press clippings, and you start believing that, that you're really, really great. Suddenly you kind of lose your compass and you make silly moves. And I've got examples. The Niners won a couple Super Bowls back-to-back late 80s. They got to the first round of the next draft. What do? We're going to take Dexter Carter, a scat back from Florida State, who wasn't even an every down back, just because we have no other needs. We just need a scat back. And you had plenty of other needs. You just didn't realize it. Or the Niners in this regime under Lynch and Shanahan a couple of years ago, where they're like, you know what? We're going to take Jake Moody in the third round. Why? Because we have no other needs. We need Jake. And no, bad decision. Jake Moody in the third round was a bad call. Dexter Carter in the first round was a bad call. Carmen Policy. Niners were doing an awful lot of winning in the 80s. As I said, back-to-back, 88, 89, NFC Championship game in 90. And then 91, they're trading, or 92, they're trading Charles Haley, whatever year it was, I think it was 91, to the Dallas Cowboys. You're giving Charles Haley to the Dallas Cowboys? Why would you ever do that? It cost the Niners probably 2 or 3 championships. It was one of the worst moves in Niner history. And now here we are. The Eagles win the Super Bowl. They're feeling themselves. Howie, you're the best. You're the smartest. Howie, you're the greatest GM in the league. Howie. Then Howie goes, you know what? My S doesn't stink. I'm rolling so fat. Niners want Bryce Huff? Go ahead. Here you go. Have him. Have Bryce Huff. And now Bryce Huff looks great. And the Niners may beat the Eagles in the playoffs, and it may be because of Bryce Huff. So it's just that is what happens when you're really going good and you start to kind of stop thinking logically. You're like, anything I do is going to work out. That's how you wind up with Dexter Carter. That's how you wind up with Jake Moody. That's how you wind up trading Charles Haley to the Cowboys. That's how you wind up trading Bryce Huff to the Niners. And it always burns you. It always burns you. But in this case, it's a great move for the Niners getting Huff, but they're going to have to go the next couple of weeks without him. As far as what will the Niners do at the trade deadline? It's hard to say. Trey Hendrickson I don't think he's going to get moved from Cincinnati. But the one team I would say keep an eye on are the New York Jets. Jermaine Johnson, Will McDonald IV, Michael Clemens, Quincy Smith, Quincy Williams. They got a bunch of guys there that solid knows, developed likes, probably a 2-for-1 kind of a deal. Maybe you get 2 players for 1 draft pick or a couple draft picks for a couple veteran players. But I think the Jets are the team to really circle as far as a match for the Niners, because they may be able to give the Niners multiple pieces, and the Niners, I think, probably could use multiple pieces. All right. Let's take a timeout. We'll come back and wrap it up on the Sports Leader.